purpose of this symposium and the year is to heighten our consciousness as a people to be able to read and write, by which, I mean, to be able to read the political movement in its full meaning, and to begin to be able to write our contribution that this movement needs to move humanity forward. So this is the spirit in which this symposium came about, and yes, symposium by talking about the crisis facing the medical university, but broadly the crisis facing Western civilization itself, and the consequences it has for the future of human knowledge. We also talked about China and what it has to offer humanity today, and how we need of the ruling elite of the country. We talked finally about the Black freedom tradition, and especially the revolutionary science that comes out of Du Bois's thinking and what it has to offer for this moment. And so, today we are going to really pick up from where we left off yesterday. We are going to delve more deeply into the question of, how the ruling class thinks. Because to be able to read this moment, we need to understand how the ruling class thinks, and what the dominant ideological landscape it is that it shapes. So what's the ideological bent of the ruling class, and how does it think? And this requires serious philosophical and intellectual work to be able to investigate the theories that comes out in the university, and then they're, once they are used by the university and the state to shape the consciousness of a people. And if this moment sees a crisis in Western civilization, the way forward will need a new battle for a new civilization. And that's the spirit in which we want to look at the question of philosophy and to do this philosophical investigation of this moment. And finally, we want to talk about a new way forward. So to be able to move forward from this moment, we are going to talk about what comes out deeply in the thinking of James Baldwin and W.B. Du Bois. And we're going to try to search for a new way of thinking that comes out when we see that if the purpose of knowledge is human freedom, and if we know that knowledge produced today does not serve to make us free, then the only conclusion to draw is that we are living through a period of intense counter-revolution against knowledge itself. So it is up to us, it is up to the people of this city and of the world to be able to think anew, to find a new way forward. So that's going to be the spirit of today. So with that, I'd like to end my brief remarks, but I want to invite Brandon and Chanda from Vietnam, which is an organization that's anchored in the thinking of the Black freedom tradition, of the thinking of W.B. Du Bois, Jr. and James Baldwin, and it's committed to study the legacy of the anti-colonial struggles of Southeast Asia and to discover their meaning for our times. So with that, I'll let you invite Brandon to conduct it.
Greetings, everyone. It's an honor to be here today. I would like to thank the Church of the Crucifixion for hosting this beautiful space for the Saturday Free School, and for the Saturday Free School for organizing this much-needed event on the legacy of the great revolutionary, the great American revolutionary, James Baldwin. What drove us to write this statement is the same sentiments that James Baldwin felt when he said that every bombed village is my hometown. And we, as people whose civilization is in Southeast Asia, we share a common history with the people of humanity, and especially darker humanity. Chanda is Cambodian, I am Vietnamese, and our civilization has been oppressed by Western civilization. And the genocidal wars that happen in our countries, in our homelands, reminded us of what is happening now in Gaza with the Israeli regime genociding the Palestinians. And we felt a great sense of responsibility in writing this statement. And just like the Jewish people say, or Americans say, never forget, we also say never forget. Never forget that Laos is the most bombed country in the world, and that the US imperialists murdered over 3 million people all over Southeast Asia. And we never forget what was done not only to us, but all of darker humanity at the hands of Western civilization. And we don't just say never forget just because, but as James Baldwin said, there is a way to use your pain. And we've seen today how people can manipulate a tragic event in the Holocaust and use it to make yourself become a monster and justify crimes against other people. When we remember our history and what was done to us and how we struggled against it, we also keep our humanity. And this is the reason why we wrote this statement, to remind our community, ourselves, but also the people, the American people, that we are all one, we are all part of a common struggle, and that we all have a responsibility to stand up. And in this very moment, we can use this moment, use what we are feeling, this pain, and all of the uprisings happening to transform ourselves into new human beings. All right? Okay.
As we have witnessed the events in Gaza unfold, we have been moved to take a formal stand on this issue so that we can speak to our community and define our responsibility to this historical moment. We Southeast Asian Americans share an inseparable bond with people of Palestine. It was the United States that decimated ancient temples, hospitals, schools, and destroyed the agriculture of Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia, just as Israel is doing in Gaza today. And it was the Khmer Rouge, working in the interests of the West, that aimed to destroy the rich culture of an ancient people in order to replace it with an artificial culture, just as Israel is doing today. Today, it is the women of Gaza who endure torture, rape, and the murder of their children of Gaza, who instead of living carefree and happy childhoods, are awakened by bombs. Finding their villages destroyed, their friends and family dead, just as the children of Vietnam. The Israeli regime has made clear its intent to exterminate every Palestinian in Gaza. Their unmitigated hatred for the Palestinian people is even more explicit than Nazi Germany's hatred for Jews. Israel's actions in Gaza must be deemed as nothing other than genocide. We mourn with the people of Gaza because we are flesh of their flesh and bone of their bone. We must never forget that it was Ghassan Kanafani, the Palestinian poet and revolutionary, who was moved to tears by the perseverance of the Vietnamese people and stood with them during their war of independence. And it was Ho Chi Minh who condemned Israel's colonial expansion into the Middle East during the 1960s and declared support for the Palestinian Liberation Forces. Have we learned from our history?
As American citizens, we inherit the legacy of the Black Freedom Movement. Martin Luther King Jr. went against popular opinion to stand against America's genocidal war in Southeast Asia. He said that America is the greatest purveyor of violence in the world and knew that his responsibility was not to condemn the revolutionary movements of Asia, but to it is our duty to carry on this legacy. Therefore, we must unequivocally support the student movement rising against the powers of Zionism in the United States. We must condemn the Biden administration, which plans to send more funding to Israel to aid the genocide of the Palestinians, and we must unwaveringly stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people who are courageously defending their civilization. What we are witnessing is an unraveling of empire. The ruling elite who wage wars and rob the Black and poor citizens of our country are being openly challenged by the force of the people, and the lie of white supremacy is being exposed. This moment is a turning point in world history. The dominance of Western civilization is nearing its end, and a new world is in the process of being born. As Martin Luther King Jr. said, the shirtless and barefoot people of the world are rising up. We are transitioning from the epoch of Europe to the epoch of humanity. In every moment of their existence, the people of Gaza assert their humanity by holding on to their ancient values, but fighting for the oppressed everywhere. If we do not use our willpower and our voices to stand with the world against this genocide, we will go down in history as a cowardly people, and the moral conscience of our future generations will be destroyed.
Thank you, Brandon. That was really moving. And I think in that spirit, we'll move forward. I'd like to invite Purba to begin the first panel discussion of today.
Please on the count and pessimism, and I just wanted to say that the statement that Chanda and Brandon read out, it gives us a sense of what is at stake and why we are struggling so hard to find answers to these difficult questions at this moment. Because really, the question of war and peace and of civilization is central in this moment. And to start off this panel, I want to begin with what W.E.B. Du Bois says in his essay Galileo Galilei. He says, science is a great and worthy mistress, but there is one greater, and that is humanity which science serves. One thing there is greater than knowledge, and that is the man who knows. What this means then is that the purpose of knowledge is inseparable from the human being, and the forward movement of human knowledge must be informed by, it must mirror, but also propel the forward movement of all of humanity. Every revolutionary time has come on the back of new thought and ideas concerning the human condition, how to make it better, and every revolutionary time has also led to the transformation of the human being. So if you consider, for instance, the ascendancy of Buddhism and Islam, the European Enlightenment with its emphasis on the rational individual, the dialectical materialism of Marx and Engels that fuels the Russian Revolution, and these are some things that came up in the roundtable conversation we had yesterday. But all of these have had, in their moment, they've had a role to play in making a philosophical advancement that takes humanity to a higher stage of consciousness and closer to the truth. And in the same way, the Soviet Union, the role the Soviet Union played in the world, but also the anti-colonial and peace movement, the world peace movement, again made an immeasurable contribution to the project of using knowledge and science for the defense of peace and for the project of human upliftment from poverty, illiteracy, but the general degradation that was created by the colonial period. But then there was a counter-revolution, and the root of that counter-revolution was the Cold War America of the 80s. During the McCarthy period, and this battle that the American state had with the Soviet Union was more than just about the political and economic organization of the state. It was a battle for control over the ideological terms on which a new world order would be established. And it shaped a view of science, scientific and intellectual activity, where it is just, it's seen as just a narrow academic pursuit, a thing in itself, instead of being a thing that serves humanity. And in this view, science and knowledge is supposed to be neutral and objective. And when you say neutral, what it means is it cannot be mixed up with politics or ideology, or it should not deal with the pressing moral and philosophical questions of the time. And by objective, the assertion is that science should not be swayed by the aspirations of the human being, who is seen to be irrational and lacking scientific temper. Now, I want to emphasize that this is not just an intellectual question, it is also a civilizational question. And in particular, it highlights the limitations of white civilization. Because in the late 80s, when Francis Fukuyama proclaims the end of history and says that Western liberal democracy is the end point of man's ideological evolution, and this is, by the way, at the same time that the Soviet Union is close to collapsing. Well, what does this say? I think the only thing this says is that it is white civilization that reached the end point, or end point of its vitality, or the limit of its ability to see the world in a new way and take humanity forward. And the myth of white supremacy then imposes this sterility of thought and science and knowledge on all of mankind, so that all of mankind is threatened to be dragged off a cliff to the suicidal west. So this is the context in which we'll have this discussion in the panel on the state that art and science today is, and in particular, the role that postmodernism and identity politics has played, and these things as ideological positions that are reflections of the assumptions of Western civilization. And the last point I want to make is just to clarify that this is not just an academic critique. We are starting from the belief that there are certain ideological positions that are counter-revolutionary, that are anti-human, that limit our capacity to struggle, and that breed pessimism about the human future. And these ideas, these assumptions, they need to be investigated, understood, and then dismantled, because not only can they not take us forward, they are active roadblocks on our path towards the future, and humanity has to move forward with or without the West. So with that, we'll start this panel, and yeah, I think I'll invite Nandita to start it off. Jeremiah to start it off.
Hello. Yeah, thanks, Purba, for the introduction. And I'm going to be exploring further a lot of the things that you said, especially regarding postmodernism. And yeah, I just wanted to begin by saying that I'm not hard to find. And by this I mean I am the product of a certain environment, of a certain social system that has shaped many more people like me. A social system that has in all likelihood also shaped or impacted you in some way. And also what connects us is that we are all living through the same time right now. We are all of us experiencing and taking part in history together. And I know that this is an obvious statement to me, but to me it is an important one, because the question before us today is whether we, as a gathering, as a society and as a nation, are capable of arriving at a common meeting ground, not merely group consensus, but truth, or what James Baldwin called reality. It is upon this ground that we can deliberate and decide on what comes next. But immediately we're faced with a problem. There is a voice that says, truth is impossible, unity is impossible, the world is too complex, people are too different, too selfish, too prejudiced. Ideology always gets in the way. Ironically, this way of thinking also comes from an ideology, and its name is postmodernism. So my main argument today is that postmodernism must die for humanity to live. It is often said that there is nothing so powerful as an idea whose time has come, but we rarely say what's implied by this. In order for a new idea to arise, there must also be another idea whose time has come to die. It's of course one thing to say that you simply disagree with a set of ideas, and it's another thing to say, and it's another thing to insist that those ideas must die. Obviously, I'm not calling for anybody to be censored or arrested, but I am saying that there comes a time when people have to decide for themselves, on their own terms, whether a certain way of thinking is useful to them at all, or whether it should be seen for what it truly is and discarded in search of something more worthy of human life and possibility. So I stake my claim on these terms. First, that postmodernism and its various academic and cultural manifestations constitute an anti-human philosophy, which feeds every counter-revolutionary current in what may be a pre-revolutionary moment in America. Second, the human evidence. I have seen what kinds of people are produced by this philosophy, and I know they will not survive the hard days that are ahead. Because postmodernism is so removed from human beings, this means it inevitably produces a delusional way of thinking, to say nothing of decadence, nihilism, and immorality. It produces people who think they're very smart, but are completely caught off guard when life comes roaring at them, no matter how frantically they shelter behind the safety of their books and their sophistication. I saw this firsthand when I went to college at an elite university. I decided, a bit randomly, to become a student of literature. I'd been socialized to seek approval from my professors, to prove to them that I could get it, that I could master whatever jargon they threw at me. But I also had a genuine desire to learn. All young people arrive at their colleges and universities harboring this real desire to learn, to see the world and to know it. It is astonishing to realize how swiftly and how mercilessly the university kills this impulse within you, or pollutes it into something unrecognizable. I didn't understand what was happening at first. I simply thought I was interested in questions of identity and examining the perspectives of marginalized people. And so I began to take classes in which our professors encouraged us to hyperfixate on, quote, lived experiences. On face value, there seems to be nothing wrong with this. But what it actually meant, though, was that we were told to indulge our traumas and our perceived sense of victimhood, and to revel in the most ambiguous, most disconcerting forms of art and literature. That's why all postmodern art today is just weird and off-putting, because the artists are deliberately trying to create art that's unsettling for its own sake. They are not exercising creativity at all. They are simply and very dogmatically applying what we all learned in the same theory seminars at our universities and institutes. We were not really studying oppression. We were being trained to make monuments and idols of ourselves. And so I became particularly attracted to what is called trauma theory in literary studies. I had lost my brother in high school, so it wasn't hard to imagine why. This was my first real encounter with postmodernism as a school of thought. And with some trepidation, I knelt before a pantheon of very impressive sounding names like Michel Foucault, Jacques Derrida, Roland Barthes, Ferdinand de Saussure, Jacques Lacan, Gilles Deleuze, Felix Guattari, Walter Benjamin, all very impressive, all very European. And there were other less impressive sounding names, but still important names mixed in. Judith Butler, Donna are. Where did postmodernism come from? The simplest answer is the Second World War. Faced with the disaster of fascism and Nazism, European continental philosophy suffered a breakdown. A group of thinkers emerged who had little to no background in political movements, who had never struggled for anything, yet gained traction because they filled an ideological vacuum left by the wreckage of war and the failure of socialism in Western Europe. These thinkers announced that the problem plaguing Western civilization was ideology itself. Fascism, Nazism, communism, Marxism, socialism, nationalism, all such ideologies were lumped together as equally guilty for the atrocities of the 20th century. The idealism of the modern gave way to the cynicism of the postmodern. The very term postmodern does not signal a forward movement, but a stagnation. It signals a condition of perpetual disillusionment within the bowels of Western modernity, an insistence that humankind cannot progress to a new stage of history because to believe in human progress is to reveal oneself as either naive or authoritarian. Perhaps the greatest claim of the postmodernists was their supposed critique of the West. Yet their message of pessimism arrived at exactly the same time that the great majority of humankind was leaning towards freedom as a result of the world anti-colonial movement. And so it's no surprise that postmodernism then gave birth to postcolonialism, an entire discipline crafted around the notion that the anti-colonial struggles ultimately failed. Postmodernism became a universalizing force for Western hegemony in the world of ideas and institutions, the exact thing it claimed to oppose. And just for an example of this, Gathie, who is one of the kind of icons of postmodernism, became famous because of her translation of a book by Jacques Derrida of grammatology. At the same time these theories were being developed in Europe, this was also when the United States was locked in the throes of a titanic struggle, the Black Freedom Movement, America's third revolution. Postmodernism would come to provide an easy way out for a generation of intellectuals and artists who were too weak to confront the central contradiction in American life, and too arrogant to recognize a budding new universe of thought grown directly on our own soil, what we now call the Black freedom tradition of W.E.B. Du Bois, James Baldwin, Martin Luther King, Paul Robeson, and many others. All of this, I may add, was terribly convenient for the American ruling elite. And so in the late 1960s, the ruling class launched a counter-revolution to assassinate King and smash the civil rights movement. It was in the wake of this counter-revolution that postmodernism arrived on our shores. Legions of academics were more than happy to swarm in like vultures and make their careers waxing poetic about the mass confusion, disillusionment, and breakdown of social meaning that ensued in the 1970s and 80s. Postmodern theories exploded in humanities and social studies departments, especially at Ivy League and elite West Coast universities. And later, as Purba referred to, when the Soviet Union fell in the 1990s and the American ruling elite were gloating about the end of history, the postmodernists were also there to corroborate the same basic idea in their own obscure language. That history had ended, the West had won, there was nothing left to do except spout lifeless critiques about society and culture for the next 1,000 years. This popularization of postmodernism in American academia took hold through figures like Judith Butler, who is openly taking credit for bringing, quote, French theory to the United States through the vehicle of gender theory. To this day, Butler leans heavily on her European predecessors, sharing their anxieties and their frames of reference. For Butler, the dominant historical event that anchors her thinking is the rise of fascist regimes and the Holocaust in Europe. Consequently, it is the threat of resurgent authoritarianism that looms in her imaginary as the great specter hanging over the world today. It is a fragile, neurotic, paranoid worldview, completely unmoored. Butler's anxiety about authoritarianism matches Joe Biden's absurd crusade of democracy against authoritarianism. It is a discourse of and for a ruling elite who are going mad in the face of widespread popular discontent at home and the collapse of their empire abroad. Let's compare this worldview with someone like James Baldwin. Although Baldwin spent time in Europe, his primary frame of reference is not European. As he writes, this music begins on the auction block. Baldwin's frame of reference, his touchstone, his chronology, begins with the enslaved proletariat in America. On one hand, there are centuries of oppression here on these shores, and out of this, their music, their philosophy, their religion, their ways of seeing the world, their epistemology of freedom, in short, their song. There is no equivalent to the worldview and the human personality produced by the history of black people in this country. 1,000 Judith Butlers will never equal one James Baldwin. And as a young person trying to make their way in American society, I see no reason why I should base my own frame of reference on a single event in European history, rather than 200 or 300 years of a people struggle here to be free, to achieve their own sense of humanity, and to transform the basic nature of American life. How can I put it better? As I mentioned, in my literature courses, I was being pushed towards trauma theory, which, as luck would have it, also emerged out of the Holocaust. At the same time, I was beginning to read Baldwin outside my classes with a group that included Emily and others who are not part of the free school. Trauma theory does not seek to resolve trauma, but to instead continually reopen a traumatic wound. Unfortunately, I took this quite literally, and yesterday we talked a little bit about mental illness in universities. For me personally, this meant sinking into a state of anxiety, of panic attacks, and self-harm, in which I imagined I was putting into practice what I was reading and writing about in my classes. And so I'm not exaggerating when I say that I may not be here today if not for James Baldwin. Baldwin dealt with pain, with death, with suffering in a way that I had not encountered before. And it's very common for people, I think, who go through traumatic experiences to develop a kind of narcissism about it. You start to fashion your sense of self around your own misery. But Baldwin tells you first that you're not as alone as you want to believe. What you've experienced is connected to what people have endured throughout human history. But this also means that you have to grow up. The universe doesn't begin and end with you. There are more people, newer generations coming along the way, and you have a responsibility to them, whether you like it or not. And so all that to say, for a while in college, I tried to straddle these two worlds, but at a certain point I broke towards Baldwin and towards the education that we were pursuing independently outside our classes. This was very upsetting for some of our professors. We had defied their authority and moved beyond the bounds of what they envisioned for us. But what was there to respect? As Baldwin says, one watched the lives they led. Most of our professors led small, empty lives. They had built not just their careers, but their whole sense of reality on ideas that ultimately very little. Question, why should I want to be like you? Of course I'm for it. And I want to tell you one more thing about postmodernism. The postmodernists developed an obsession with language, declared that for millennia, the spoken word had ruled tyrannically over written text. He then insisted famously, there is nothing outside the text. The world as we know it is an infinite mirage of different texts layered upon each other, not just books, but society, culture, ideologies, and wars. And there's no way to find the true meaning of anything because all meaning is constantly changing in relation to other meanings floating between all of these different texts. When everything is text, there is no truth. This is where the term deconstruction also comes from. For the post-structuralists, deconstruction is not about breaking things down into their component parts, but about destabilizing the meaning of everything and finding endless hidden meanings trapped within other meanings. If it sounds confusing, it's supposed to be. In a course I took during my junior year, we were all told by a professor, all of you came to this class with a desire for theory, which is a promise of truth. This is a promise which the theorist or the professor has no intention of fulfilling. And so I realized that the aim of postmodern theory is not to clarify, but to confuse. You can say whatever you want about whatever you want and have it pass for scholarship without consequence. For the intellectual or artist who engages in this endeavor, it is a way of fleeing reality and therefore fleeing responsibility. The theorist, the artist, the professor smilingly performs the role of a trickster. The message for the student is clear. Either you learn to play along with the trick, or you cannot join the club. This game has transpired for several decades, and I believe it has destroyed the human potential of tens of thousands of young people. But now its time is ending. Postmodernism no longer enjoys the same ideological stranglehold that it once did, especially over the young. In the past few months, the genocide in Gaza has burned away a great deal of our pretensions and will burn away more still. Gaza has left many of us with nowhere to hide. There is only the reality of America's complicity in this genocide and what you decide to do in the face of it. And I know I said earlier that postmodernism must die, but in a way, I think it's already died. And the real question, as Baldwin put it, is just how long, how violent, how expensive the funeral is going to be. The great irony of the postmodernists is that for all their obsession with language, they never even came close to penetrating the language of Western modernity. All they could do was pile more words on top of words without endangering any semblance of power. Their impotence, their cowardice, and their exception will go down in history, ultimately, as a minor footnote between a change of epochs. And we are about the business of forging a new language, which means a new morality, a new way of relating to one another, a new sense of life, a new civilization. So I just want to end with one last quote from Baldwin. Quote, "And finally, the air of this time and place is so heavy with rhetoric, so thick with soothing lies, that one must really do great violence to language. One must somehow disrupt the comforting beat in order to be heard. Obviously, one must dismiss any hopes one may ever have had of winning a popularity contest. And one must take upon oneself the right to be entirely wrong and accept penalties, for penalties there certainly will be, even here. We work in the dark," said Henry James. "We do what we can. Our doubt is our passion, and our passion is our task. The rest is the madness of art. This madness, thank heaven, is still at work among us here, and it will bring inexorably to the light at last the truth about our despairing young, our bewildered lovers, our defeated junkies, our demoralized young executives, our psychiatrists and politicians, cities, towns, suburbs, and interracial housing projects. There's a thread which unites them all, and which unites every one of us. We have been both searching and evading the terms of this union for many generations. We are the generation that must throw everything into the endeavor to remake America into what we say we want it to be. Without this endeavor, we will perish. It is the writer who must always remember that morality, if it is to remain or become morality, must be perpetually examined, cracked, changed, made new. He must remember, however powerful the many who would rather forget, that life is the only touchstone, and that life is dangerous, and that without the joyful acceptance of this danger, there can never be any safety for anyone, ever, anywhere." Thank you.
Okay. So Jeremiah is it's a hard act to follow, but I think he's really laid the basis for something I want to. So my name is Nandita. For those of you who don't know me, and I did my PhD in physics at the University of Pennsylvania, and I want to examine, the state of the natural sciences in this time. And I think we've established yesterday that the American university in this time acts basically as a part of the American state and, works to lay the ideological foundations for the justification of war. And I think that too often the natural sciences are thought of as exempt from critique. And are thought of as above ideology. But really, what I want to say here today is that the natural sciences and definitely physics is a part of the ideological landscape. And in many ways, the kind of framework that Jeremiah laid out about postmodernism, you can see in the academy, the Natural Science Academy in this time. So, first of all, as we all know already, but I want to say it once, most physics departments, most natural science departments in this time are funded by the military. It can either be directly or it can be through private, companies that invest in war, in weapons. So the scientists in this time basically are acting as henchmen for war, for the war economy, for the war machine, unless they oppose it, which most of them don't. You go into the academy, kind of like what Jeremiah was saying, thinking you're going to investigate questions that interest you, or you're going to have some kind of search for the truth. But the reality is that the questions that you can investigate are already kind of defined and laid out. And basically you make a choice about which professor you find, least oppressive, and choose to join their group. And so, the whole thing of academic freedom, I think is really a myth in this time. And even beyond the, the structural, problems of natural science departments, there's a real crisis in thought. Physics and scientific departments don't know where to go. There is this idea that I think Purba mentioned yesterday, that the major questions of the time have been settled. And, similar to Francis Fukuyama, it's the end of history, it's the end of science. Basically what you can do as a graduate student or as a, young professor is make tweaks. You take a central theory, you change one assumption, you publish 10 papers on it, and you get tenure,
Exactly.
So the fundamental questions, that face us in this time are not thought of as a subject for scientific inquiry. And, the natural sciences, I feel, really have the power to deal with some of the questions that face human beings as a whole. And part of this is the question of the nature of reality. What is truth? Can we know the truth? What is our relationship to the truth? How do we know the truth? And I think a lot of the debates go back, like Jeremiah was saying, to the time of the Second World War. And a lot of this, I feel was happening, a lot of these debates first started when Einstein comes on the scene and he talks about the special theory of relativity. And the reason why it's so path-breaking is because he puts the question of the observer into his theory. How does the observer interact with what he is observing? And does the truth depend on how you observe it? And it is in this context that a lot of the people who worked on quantum mechanics come on the scene. There's Heisenberg, there's Bohr, there's Max Born, and they kind of take it a step further and they say, well, the truth does depend on your measurement, and so basically quantum mechanics, there's a debate at the time, and Einstein is on the opposite side of this, where a lot of the mainstream physicists are saying that the truth depends on your perception. And this should remind you of what Jeremiah was talking about, postmodernism. And I think they weren't quite there yet, but there was a move towards that. And I think you can see this in the existentialists who are dealing with the crisis of war in Europe. But basically this question of, is there an objective reality? And can we know it, So there is this debate. And I think that, this debate, the position that a lot of these physicists take at that time, you could connect that to what happens with the atomic bomb and with Oppenheimer, I mean, somebody like Oppenheimer who doesn't think morality has anything to do with science, if there is no truth, then how does it matter what I do? How does it matter that I drop this bomb which kills millions of people, and makes generations of Japanese suffer if there is no truth. But there were always dissenters. There was Frederick Joliot-Curie, who was part of the peace movement. There was Stephen Jay Gould, who was an anti-racist, fought for anti-racist values within science. There was Didi Kosambi, who, a colored scientist who put the question of hunger on the table. But really, I think the final blow to the scientific academy comes in McCarthyism. And that's what Jeremiah was saying, this witch hunt of communists and anybody branded as a communist. You didn't have to be a communist to be hunted down in that time. And so you purge from the academy anybody who thinks creatively. And you put into place this system of ideological discipline. And that's the tenure system, Yes, you can join us if you want to work on exactly what we work on. If you're interested in something else, no, sorry, our agenda is already set by war, so we cannot accept you. And I think it is in this, this is what the era of McCarthyism is, when really this whole idea comes about in the scientific departments that you should shut up and calculate. Don't think, don't ask questions, don't think about where your funding is coming from, don't think about what your scientific work is being put to, what use it's being put to, shut up and calculate. And I was talking to somebody who's a pretty senior person in the American Physical Society recently, and he was telling me how the APS has undertaken a study of what would happen if North Korea was to launch missiles at American soil. And they have a whole simulation and a study of what that defense mechanism would look like, and they plan to blow up these missiles over China. And they're talking about nuclear missiles. I don't know. This is the thing. They're open about it. They know what this is. They know the work that they're engaged in. Okay, so it is in this context. It is in this context of McCarthyism, of the ideological disciplining of the scientists, that string theory first makes its appearance. And string theory kind of inherits some of the questions that quantum mechanics is trying to deal with. The question of reality, and most centrally, what Doc mentioned yesterday, a unified theory of everything. So the attempt of string theory is to make a theoretical foundation that can explain everything from the planets, planetary motion, to how atoms behave. And so they're trying to combine general relativity, which has to do with gravity, which is long length scales, with things that deal with atoms. You may think, how exciting. But really, it's not. And this is what our study over the last few months, we've been reading about string theory and other things in a reading group, has shown us. First of all, string theory doesn't even qualify Popper's criteria of falsifiability. There is no experiments, real or proposed, to verify the claims of string theory.
Yes.
There are all of these absurd claims about multiple dimensions and all of this very intricate mathematical formalism, and it's so obscure really that not even other physicists understand it. So it's kind of like postmodernism, It's language, and a lot of language, a lot of mathematics, and really even within the field, people don't understand each other. So the question is, and I should mention, it's a very small and a very select group of people who are string theorists. Maybe I would say maybe even as little as 20, 25 people all over the world.
Really?
Yes, and they meet in very exclusive, very I don't know what the word is.
Well paid.
Yes, where they have their conferences in very exotic locations where they meet and they present work which I don't know if they understand from each other, And so they're obscure, it's an obscuring of knowledge. And obviously the ordinary person doesn't know what they're talking about. They themselves don't know what they're talking about. And so the question is, where do they get their authority from? If it's not from knowledge, where do they draw their authority from? And it's really from the ruling class of this country. It's really from, I mean, it's like in harking back to the church as we talked about yesterday. We set the terms because we own this nation. So we're going to set the terms of what is science, what is discourse, and there's no really any reason except the fact that we're university professors and we're tenured. So that's kind of where we are. And I should say that, it's really a social system that sustains all of this. There's a lot of social signaling. You have to agree with certain things. You have to agree China's ever before. The scientists have exhausted themselves. They do not have a direction in the search for truth. And they operate, as I already said, as henchmen for war. And, to be totally blunt, I mean, they must be held responsible for what is happening in Gaza. Because a lot of the technology that is being used there, that has been used across the world, comes from these university departments, whether people choose to accept it or not. So where do we stand now? I believe that the academy, the American university, is incapable of taking us forward. The Western academy in this time has compromised the legacy of the Enlightenment which it inherited. And so we must look elsewhere. And the question is, where do we look? And I think that there are two challenges to the Western academy that have arisen from within the trajectory of the Enlightenment. The first is the Soviet school of philosophy and science, and the second is the Black radical tradition, the main proponent of which is W.E.B. Du Bois, James Baldwin, and Martin Luther King Jr. And I believe that there are philosophical directions that can be pursued in both of these schools that could take us to a new stage in human knowledge, in human consciousness. Let us take, for example, the question of the truth. How do you search for the truth? And the Soviets would say, well, you have to employ the dialectical method. And, the study of contradictions, the study of synthesis in this time. And I feel that maybe even they did not realize the full implications of the dialectical method. And indeed, maybe you have to go to James Baldwin to see the full implications of the dialectical method in this time. And so the dialectical method is not only about mechanisms, it's not about structures, it's about intuition. And it's about the dialectic between knowledge and the purpose of knowledge. And you have to, to some extent, to know the human being, you have to love the human being, which is also something that Purba says in the call, Purba and Sambarta say in the call. Love is a prerequisite for knowledge. And if I was saying this in a university seminar, I would be laughed at. Right. Love as a part of your scientific framework, it's crazy. It's totally outside of the bounds of knowledge at this time. Right. The other question which interests us is the study of the human being. And actually, you can't really understand the academy in this time unless you study the human being. Because the scientists and their actions are not rational, they don't behave in ways that are rational. It is the pathology of the scientist that one has to understand in this time. The human being created by McCarthyism, by the history that they've gone through, who does this kind of science day in and day out, tells themselves the lie. And who else to explain it except James Baldwin? So I feel that, a study of the human being is one of the central questions of this time. And it is in this context also that the academy is pushing upon humanity artificial intelligence.
Right.
I mean, think about it. Artificial intelligence. What a strange, what a horrific way to discard the human being.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
I mean, in one sweep, you're going to say we can reproduce the human being in machine. I mean, and I think it tells you something about how the professoriate thinks about themselves, I mean, what do they think about their own humanity?
Right.
If they think a machine can reproduce the scientific work that they engage in. The other thing is that, as I was saying, you have to study the human being. And if you go to one of these university departments and you meet these professors, you see them as weak human beings. This is what I was saying with artificial intelligence. I mean, they've exhausted themselves.
Yeah.
And, you can see that, they're not capable of even holding down a conversation on philosophical terms, much less training the next generation of scientists. So basically, I think this is where I'll end. I think the ideas of postmodernism have affected scientific inquiry in this time, and they have created, as Jeremiah was saying, a kind of human being that is not, worthy of teaching young people, but also young people, I think, can see, like you said, I don't want to be like you. And, that's a good thing. I don't think we should reproduce these human beings. So just to end, I'm going to say, I want to read out something by Paul Robeson, because, he's also addressing Western science, and really he's living through a time when Western science is moving forward. But I think when we read him today, it has different implications for us, maybe even more stringent implications for us. He says, I'm not going to belittle the achievements of science. Only a fool would deny that the man who holds the secret to those holds the key position in the world. I'm simply going to ask, having found the key, has Western man, Western bourgeois man, sufficient strength left to turn it in the lock?
Right.
Or is he going to find that in the search, he has so exhausted his vitality that he will have to call in the cooperation of his more virile inferiors, Eastern or Western, before he can open the door and enter into his heritage? Okay, thank you.
My name is Emily, for those who do not know me, and it's officially 2 tough acts to follow. I want to talk about art, and I want to first say, some people might think, why are we talking about art at a science conference, a symposium science? And I think that's both a flaw of how people understand science and philosophy. And it's something that I personally also would not have put together. I think art is philosophy, and art has to do with ideas. I also wanted to take a line from the call for the year of James Baldwin, where we said, art is also not just reflective, it is generative. Meaning art does not just reflect society, the ideas of society, but art has the power to generate something. Art is a generative force in society. And I also think in these times, art, ideas, philosophy, and science, you can say, are so significant in what I think is a pre-revolutionary time. I think today is a time for art and poetry and song, because it is a time for philosophy, and it's because it's a new age. There's an ushering in of a new age of humanity that's possible if the poet can sing, if the singer can sing, if the artist can make art. And I think I say that because what's happening in Gaza is showing the world and America that there is such thing as evil, that there is such thing as bad, war, imperialism, and those individuals who actually do it. And I think it is also showing, especially young people in America, from the encampments and the way that young students are so upset, angry, taking a stand despite punishment, that there is such thing as also goodness, beauty. And I was really impacted by when Chanda was reading the statement from Viet-Lo Khmer that, for example, this is something from the same Paul Robeson essay that Nandita read from, but people will say that Paul Robeson says there are two types of people that scientists, anthropologists say. Those who think concretely and those who think abstractly. And Paul Robeson makes the point that a lot of people would say the civilizations that think concretely, those symbols, the African civilizations, a lot of Eastern civilizations, basically the darker peoples of the world who have thought concretely, that it's somehow more primitive, more backwards. And Paul Robeson makes the point that there's nothing more philosophically advanced than these civilizations that when you hear the word good, you think mother and child. And beneath all of that. And I think in Gaza, that concrete of the mother and child is something objective and concrete. That I want to, in talking through the Harlem Renaissance and art, I want to say that postmodernism and a counter-revolution of knowledge and art and science has also made ambiguous the criteria for good and bad, which is, and I think the young people in this time, what they're craving is actually the framework and worldview that they can feel inside of them, which is there is such thing as right and wrong. There is such thing as good and bad. So, again, back to art. There is an exhibit at the Metropolitan Museum of Art on the Harlem Renaissance. And I decided to go because it just really compelled me the way they titled it. It was the Harlem Renaissance and Transatlantic Modernism. And what they were trying to say, the argument of the Met, this very rich museum, it is objectively a very good museum in the sense that they have so much money, so they have collected so many pieces of art. But they put together this exhibit to compare, to say that the Harlem Renaissance belongs in this modern period of art similar to Cubism in Europe. Many artists in Europe who I actually don't know because I never spent the time caring about European art, which is, now that I'm saying, is pretty unfortunate, but I was really stunned with the first fact of, as you can see on the screen, it doesn't do the exhibit justice. The Harlem Renaissance was a time period in the early 1900s, before World War II, but some of the artists were producing art after World War II, where it was after, in the midst of the Great Migration, where formerly enslaved people from the South were moving all to Harlem. And I was really stunned by first the fact that, wow, art is philosophy. Here you have a whole ecosystem of not just visual artists, poets, singers, poets like Langston Hughes, Countee Cullen. You have intellectuals like Du Bois. And many people say that Du Bois is the father of the Harlem Renaissance because out of his foundation of ideas, you get all this poetry and especially the visual arts, which I will talk about, painters, who are essentially making a break from what they have now deemed an unreal lie of white supremacy. And that in the roots of that is a new civilization, and I want to talk about that. So as you can see, the Harlem Renaissance, what it does is it focuses a lot on the human being. Like, so much of the art is really about the human figure, human beings. That really stunned me too because I'm Chinese, and so when people think of Chinese art, traditional Chinese art, they think of landscape paintings, calligraphy. And so I was really stunned by the fact that it focuses so much on the human being, but especially the black human being, the black person in America. Oh, and one thing about the ecosystem of the Harlem Renaissance, it was just also, it's really stunning because it's just one drop in the ocean at the Metropolitan Museum of Art, but it's just so much creativity, so much depth, so much just objective beauty in the art. And you get the sense that all these different types of artists, including intellectuals, revolutionary intellectuals like Du Bois, are all dealing with the same question, which is, who are we as black people? Are we the lie, what white people have said we were this whole time? Or who are we something different? And in fact, are we not just not what white people said we are, but are we in fact like something, are we in fact the new human being that all Americans must become? And so there are a lot of these ideas, and it's really amazing because I think it's that kind of ecosystem, that freedom of thought and expression that that you do not see today, and it's because of counter-revolution. So I want to first start out with something that Robeson says, which is the difference between people, African Americans who are deemed primitives, primitive art, primitive primitive forms of expression, versus Europeans. One thing I just want to say is the reason why these Harlem Renaissance artists focus so much on the human figure and the way they're playing around with technique, flattening figures, like Jacob Lawrence in The Great Migration piece at the very top, or even Romare Bearden, the way he's doing a lot of multimedia collages, or even Aaron Douglas, the way he flattens the figure, or William Johnson with the jitterbug, which I really love. Flattening, there's not depth. People would deem that primitive, like backwards, not as advanced as European realism. One thing I wanted to just say is, I thought it was so funny that at the Met you could see William Johnson, the man who, the artist who made the jitterbug, at the top left. He spent time in Europe. A lot of these Harlem Renaissance artists, like William Johnson, they spent time in Europe. They were learning technique. On the right, you see a French artist, and that's modern, European modernism art. Some would call that more advanced. But actually, a lot of these black artists, they went to Europe to study technique. There's a lot more I could show. They did still lifes of nice fruits. They did flowers. They really showed the depth of the different flower petals. They did landscape, and you could just tell that these artists were like this is Hale Woodruff, who's an amazing black artist we'll talk about in a little bit. You could tell that he basically was like, okay, you want sunset? I can give you sunset. Let me show you sunset. I can probably do it better than you can. And so all these black artists, they studied this technique. But they came back to America because they had a purpose. They wanted to say, who are we as a people in our search for freedom, in the search for this ideal of democracy and freedom. And they were more interested in that, and not just the ideas, but working with it, expressing it. And so this is Hale Woodruff. We just saw this sunset. He painted this sunset when he was, I think, staying in France. And actually, interestingly, Hale Woodruff also spent a lot of time, he was very inspired actually by Mexican muralists, which is something I think should be studied more. And Hale Woodruff, he was inspired to do these murals depicting his own people as the creators of the future, from Diego Rivera. He was Diego Rivera's assistant. And Hale Woodruff, you get two artists I'm going to talk about, Hale Woodruff and Aaron Douglas, who both take the murals as a narrative, a self-narrative of their own people, as the generators of the future of America. black people, the black proletariat. And I want to talk about both a little bit. Hale Woodruff, this is called The Art of the Negro Artist's Study. The reason why it's a study is because this isn't the final art piece. He created for Atlanta University these large murals showing, it's all titled The Art of the Negro. But I love this study because here he's making a point. The thing of art, the artist is a philosopher, the artist is a scientist. The artist deals with the ideas for the future to fulfill freedom, which is being oppressed, which is being suppressed by white society, by certain standards. And here you can see at the top, the three symbols at the top are supposed to represent a Greek, like a Greek statue person. And then the middle is the African, it's supposed to be an African woman. Nandita told me that it's probably the African mother ideal, but it's supposed to symbolize African civilization. And then on the right, you have the Buddha, the Buddha. And what he's doing here is, you'll see it also with Aaron Douglas, but he's saying that, and then you of course have at the bottom all these African American artists, and I'll talk about those. But what he's saying is these African Americans, the African American, the black proletariat, the artists, the architects, the theologians, the preachers, the abolitionists, the painters, these are, in some ways, they're either, you could see them as artists, or you could reverse it and say it is because the black proletariat is both an artist and a revolutionary thinker, the producer of ideas for the future. Like, we are the foundation of a new civilization, one that is equivalent to the ancient civilizations represented at the top, but we are something new, we are in progress. And the painting I really want to talk about the most, because I think it gets to what I really want to say, building on both Jeremiah and Nandita, is this is Aaron Douglas, who the Free School loves to put in our pamphlets. I really want to talk about him. Aaron Douglas, he was, I think, born in Kansas, wherever Topeka is. He was born there. And he ended up going to Harlem, and where he was mentored by Du Bois. He was mentored by this German painter who was part of the Harlem Renaissance. And you could be a young person striving to be an artist and head to Harlem and immediately find a whole world within the world where you can take your desire, not just to be an artist, but to find meaning and purpose in your life and contribute to the world. And so Aaron Douglas went to Harlem, and he eventually also did his own set of murals. But this is a painting, I think a one-off painting called Building More Stately Mansions. And he got the title from a poem by Oliver Wendell Holmes, which is supposed to be a poem about a seashell, like the shell that I don't know what crustacean goes in there, but a mollusk? Yeah, a mollusk. Like a shell that he saw on the beach. So Oliver Wendell Holmes, the last stanza reads, "Build thee more stately mansions, O my soul, as the swift seasons roll. Leave thy low vaulted past, let each new temple nobler than the last. Shut thee from heaven with a dome more vast, till thou at length art free, leaving thine outgrown shell by life's unresting sea." And so Aaron Douglas, from that stanza about a sea slug or mollusk leaving its old shell for something new, here Aaron Douglas takes it to the universal, both the specific and the universal, where he's talking about the black proletariat who is building a new civilization. And so in the painting, you see in the background the Sphinx of Egypt, you see the Greek arches, the Roman arches, you see what's supposed to be an Asian pagoda, and you also see the European cathedral, the little spike and the cross in the center. So those are the ancient civilizations, so the ancient. And in the front, you have the black proletariat, which is the protagonist of all his works. The black proletariat with a hammer, not just a hammer, instruments of science, instruments of building, but then you have the young black proletariat in the bottom right corner with a globe. And what he's saying, and then you also have the crane, the little crane thing at the top. And what he's saying is he's also creating a narrative of now and the future. It is the black proletariat in America Who is the modern man? Who is making the modern future, the modern civilization, equivalent to the ancient, but not like the ancient? Something new. And I wanted to say this because I think after going to the exhibit, I think the Harlem Renaissance was a really, and I do think it's also due to the ideological foundations of Du Bois, W.E.B. Du Bois. I think the Harlem Renaissance and Du Bois represent an epistemological break from white supremacy, from a Western civilization, to create the foundations of a new emerging civilization in America. And it is a non-white modern civilization. So just like you see in Aaron Douglas's works, for one thing, well, I'll first ask the question. The question is, like the Met asks, what is modern? Who is modern? What is modern? Because the Met would say, oh, Harlem Renaissance modern, black artists modern, but also European modern, just as modern. But the thing is that these artists, they studied Europe and said, no, we want to do something new. Because there's something philosophically, something ideologically, something wrong with Western civilization that we have to work out and break from to create something new. And another thing is there's a very famous graphic showing modern art, and it's represented by a tree. And it shows cubism, it shows cubism and Van Gogh and expressionism being branches coming out of this tree of modernism. Not a single non-white, non-European artist at all. Which is also an understanding of modern coming out of European civilization. When in fact I want to say that I think I completely agree with what Nandita said yesterday, which is perhaps the black proletariat in America is the first modern colored people in the world and first modern man that has to set the stage of a certain break from white civilization that also ushers its end, that also allows other civilizations, both ancient but attempting to be modern, to arise. Back to what Jeremiah was saying with what is modern, I think it also shows that postmodern art, what Americans often consider modern or postmodern, modern being Jackson Pollock, Rothko, those artists who make things so abstract that you're not sure what the real meaning is, and perhaps it makes the argument that maybe within art there is no meaning. It could be any meaning. Whatever you think a blue and a yellow square is, and that relationship between the colors produces their own meaning. I think postmodern art is in fact counter-revolutionary. Because what it does is, like I said at the beginning, it tries to obscure criteria. It says that there is no such thing as objective truth. 2, it says that art should not have a purpose. And then 3, it also says that postmodern art assumes that we have already achieved modernity. When in fact, the Harlem Renaissance shows that we are just at the beginning of completing modern civilization. I think postmodern art is also oftentimes seen as tragic, existentialist, because it talks about the existential rumblings, the tragic, pessimistic, and abstract rumblings of the American, but also abstracts the human being and also abstracts the human criteria of what's good and bad. What it also does is it separates the human being away from anything else. It assumes the individual in of itself is something. When what the Harlem Renaissance shows is it often deals with the human individual, because what it does, it talks about the relationship between the black proletariat, an individual who both has to contend with his own understanding of himself as a human being, struggling against a society and a whole standard and sense of reality that has taught him that he is inferior. I also think the Harlem Renaissance shows that the modern man, in fact, has his roots in yellow, black, and brown civilization. And you can say the proletariat, for example, but I think more deeply it's that the modern man has roots in basically the non-white man. And I'm also going to quote Robeson in that essay that Nandita read from, which is, like I quoted at the beginning, he says, "Now, to the Western mind, this may seem a clumsy way of going about things, concrete, talking about concrete symbols. But it is a method which has given the world some of the most delicate and richest art, and some of the profoundest and most subtle philosophy that man has ever known. And he says it has not just given us, it is not just the African Negro or the African who thinks in concrete symbols, but the great civilizations of the East. And it gave rise to thinkers like Confucius. And then he says, likely, what gave the wisdom of Jesus Christ himself. Quote, for the cost of developing this kind of mind, and he's talking about the Western mind, the white mind, for the cost of developing this kind of mind by which the discoveries of science were made, has been one which now threatens the discovery's very life. And so I think the Harlem Renaissance was about man defining himself as a man in the face of a lie that he is not a man. It is thus about whole man's attempt to be free, including setting the path for so-called white people. And the only way the individual's task is to not just stay an individual. The individual's task is to struggle with society, struggle with the old to help the new be born, which means the individual struggle to become complete in the face of a Western civilization. And the only way is to assert a complete sense of moral values. Not just becoming a new man, a new human being, but also creating a foundation of a new civilization out of the white civilization collapsing from its own internal contradictions. I also think the Harlem Renaissance, two things about the Harlem Renaissance. One is that you can get the sense from this that it makes complete sense that out of these ideas, you get the civil rights movement. Like you can take this painting and then take some of the photos of the civil rights marches and the dignity of the men, the dignity of these black people standing up against injustice. And I think I realized, I take it for granted that, like, the Harlem Renaissance was about black people asserting for the first time, this is who we are. We know we are not the savage that all of you think we are, backward, stupid. But that, like King said in one of his speeches, he said, it was in fact the Negro preacher on the plantation who looked at his congregation and said, I'm no Negro, I'm God's child. But I also think what the Harlem Renaissance shows is that the Harlem Renaissance, giving a whole ideological foundation for the civil rights movement to then embark on a great revolution for all Americans to become human beings. That also shows you that there was a counter-revolution when you look at the state of art and even music today. That the Harlem Renaissance shows that the African-American artist's revolutionary role in history was always to move society forward, to rehumanize the human in a dehumanized society. And the loss of all of this is unnatural, and in fact, a deliberate attack by the state on black people, which we heard yesterday on that first panel, not just because there's a war economy causing unemployment, economic conditions, but also an attack on communities, gentrification, the imprisonment of young black people, disinvestment in education and schools, white flight, disinvestment of cities, but also a deliberate attack on, let's say, music. That hip-hop is not accidental. That hip-hop, in fact, is a deliberate attack on what has been a whole generation after generation of black artists, different kinds of artists, creating music to rehumanize society. Okay, I now want to go into something we've talked about a lot over the past day, which is civilization. Which is to say, going back to Gaza, that what's happening in Gaza is not just a foreign policy issue of the US. It is not just Israel doing a wrong thing at one point in time, but it is in fact Israel is defending Western or white civilization. Right. It is a civilizational attack, and America's need for Israel to continue to exist is a civilizational question. America desperately needs white Western civilization to continue. And that is why we'll continue sending bombs. But I'm pointing this out because it was Martin Luther King Jr. who said that white civilization is a world problem because we are wrapped in a single garment of destiny. And America's revolutionary struggle is the key to the world's modern future. He says, I think this is in I think this is in his speech his stand against the war in Vietnam. A Time to Break Silence, where he's quoting Toynbee, Arnold Toynbee, where King says, racism can well be that corrosive evil that will bring down the curtain on Western civilization. Arnold Toynbee has said that some 26 civilizations have risen upon the face of the earth. Almost all of them have descended into the junk heaps of destruction. The decline and fall of these civilizations, according to Toynbee, was not caused by external invasions, but by internal decay. They failed to respond creatively to the challenges impinging upon them. If Western civilization does not now respond constructively to the challenge to banish racism, some future historian will have to say that a great civilization died because it lacked the soul and commitment to make justice a reality for all men. And then he continues, a final problem that mankind must solve in order to survive in the world house that we have inherited is finding an alternative to war and human destruction. Recent events have vividly reminded us that nations are not reducing, but rather increasing their arsenals of weapons of mass destruction. The best brains in the highly developed nations of the world are devoted to military technology. The proliferation of nuclear weapons has not been halted, in spite of the limited test ban treaty. In this day of man's highest technical achievement, in this day of dazzling discovery and novel opportunities, loftier dignities, and fuller freedoms for all, there's no excuse for the kind of blind craving for power and resources that provoked the wars of previous generations. There's no need to fight for food and land. Science has provided us with adequate means of survival and transportation, which make it possible to enjoy the fullness of this great earth. The question now is, do we have the morality and courage required to live together as brothers and not be afraid? And I say this because King always brings up the concept of creativity. Will we find the creative power, the creativity to find the path out of a set of collapsing contradictions? War, imperialism, racism, poverty in Western civilization, and the people who, based upon a set of ideological assumptions, which only are like the Harlem Renaissance and thinkers of the Black proletariat have challenged. He's saying, will we have the creativity to find a way out, to create a new civilization out of what will be the remnants of a Western civilization that will kill itself? And I want to say that I know who has the creativity to defeat imperialism and usher in a new epoch. I think it is the African American, the Black proletariat. What Aaron Douglas and James Baldwin say is that the Black proletariat has already freed himself from white standards and is ready to begin to move forward in a human time for a human future. But it is the white man and the remaining Americans who have not been able to do that yet, and they need the Black proletariat's help. His ideas, his philosophy, his art, and his spirit. And I want to end and say that I think both Du Bois is highly significant, and I didn't know how to include it in here, but I think he has this essay called The Criteria of Negro Art, where he talks about how important beauty is, like beauty as a category, beauty as a concept, to even appreciate the need for truth and goodness and the struggle for purpose to destroy truth, destroy goodness, and above all, destroy beauty. So that people worship things that are corny, that are tacky, that are gaudy, materialism, money, and they overlook what is beautiful, the human being. And it's represented in not just this art, but it's also represented in photos of a mother, photos of a Black mother in the South, photos of King, his courageous face in the face of a lot going against him. There's a lot more I could say about that, but I just want to end by going back to James Baldwin, like Nandita and Jeremiah both have, which is, I think Baldwin is exactly the kind of philosopher that we need today, in today's pre-revolutionary times. Just like the way Du Bois was such a foundational thinker that produced all this art and all this poetry of the Harlem Renaissance that then like that then the next generation grew up with. You know, the Kings, the Bayard Rustins, a whole generation thought of. And I think it's James Baldwin who helps the American people today to face themselves the way they have failed to do. To help the American people gain a consciousness of self that Black people have already achieved and have been awaiting patiently, but not forever, can await for the rest of us to do. That James Baldwin is the basis of a new song, poetry, philosophy, ideas, a new language, and for the new revolutionary human being to begin to move forward and build a future the way the Harlem Renaissance did. And only then can we unite in a great peace movement to achieve our own country, but also to join humanity on a great march forward for a world democracy. So, thank you.
Thank you, all of you. I think that puts a lot of questions on the table that we can discuss and develop further. Before taking questions from the audience, maybe I just have a couple of questions that I would like to also put on the table. And the first, maybe I'll ask Nandita, but anybody should feel free to join in the discussion. Well, Nandita, what you said in your presentation, it corroborates my experience working in theoretical physics. And one of the things that I've observed, you know, through grad school and now has been this move from theory towards more numerics and machine learning driven research, even in theoretical physics departments. And I've always struggled with this idea that it seems like theoretical physics in particular, even among all of the natural sciences, feels like a special ideological battleground that does not maybe carry over to biology and ecology and fields like that. Again, this can be a leap, but if there's something to it and you have thoughts on it, I'd like to hear. And the other thing that from your presentation really stood out to me is when you talked about the ideological disciplining of the scientists during the McCarthy era. And then I think this ties to the conversation we had in the panel yesterday when we were talking about the American state and the American university, particularly the role Zionism plays in the American university, such that there are things you cannot talk about in the physics department of Penn, for instance, which, you know, Palestine, for instance, you cannot talk about it. And this branding in the McCarthy era of people as communists, whether they are or not, how would you compare that to what's happening today, where, you know, whenever you take a stand against what's happening in Gaza, for instance, you can just be silenced by being branded as anti-Semitic. So I think I would like to start there.
Well, I'll talk about the second thing first because, well, you know, somebody, I don't remember who said it in preschool, but it's really the academy is an institution based on the edifice of cowardice. It's really everybody in the academy to some extent has to be a coward to exist in it. And not that, I mean, the system is an overt mechanism, but even before you get to the stage of tenure, there is just so much psychological pressure on young people to conform. And you know, it's not, nobody's going to tell you, oh, you can't talk about Palestine, blah, blah, blah. It's, you know, it's all in the undertones, it's in the social signaling. It's in how people treat you, the opportunities you're given. And you know, a lot of the people think, oh yeah, peer-reviewed process, you know, oh, we have scientific norms, blah, blah. It's complete nonsense. I mean, so much of this is social, you know. You make it to the top because you know the right people and they think that you fit in with them. And the tragedy of it all is that the people who are at the top, I mean, are basically white supremacists. So, you know, to reach the top, you have to compromise with white supremacy. And what does that do to your soul, you know? But the other thing that you asked about theoretical physics, well, oh yeah, well, I should say that, you know, I mean, Doc says, and I mean, I didn't see the McCarthy period firsthand, but Doc says that the present system is more harsh.
I think so.
Yeah, and it is true that a lot of this ideological control has just become so part of the process that nobody has to explicitly come down on you in this time. There are no, investigations out in the open. The FBI is not going to approach you directly, but it's just all within the system. The system has absorbed all of that into it. So there is, it's just much more subtle and much more obscured from public view. But yeah, I think that theoretical physics, in particular is difficult because it relates so closely with philosophy. And if you really are to do physics, you have to deal with philosophical questions. And that separation between philosophy and the scientific process, I think it has affected physics much more than, say, chemistry or biology. Yeah, I'm not totally sure I completely have an answer to this, but that's the sense I have. The other thing is that, physicists have played, scientists broadly, but physicists have played a role in the struggle for peace, which had to be cut short, which had to be curtailed because of their involvement with the development of the atomic bomb, because of their involvement in the technologies for war, in a way that maybe biologists or chemists have not. So I think that's it does play a central role, and in this time, physics and engineering together, that's what I would say. You guys want to say?
One last question from me, and then we'll take questions. Well, this relates to what Emily's presentation, the Harlem Renaissance, but this broad question of art. The idea that what this was a narrative of Black people trying to answer certain questions about their own humanity, but also writing their history in opposition to what the white world wanted to impose. But this also reminded me, Emily, of something you had brought up in the round, as part of the roundtable discussion yesterday, of the concept of the autobiographical, because in some ways what you were talking about, it's also, and we've talked about this before, it's also autobiographical, a narrative, but one that is autobiographical and which serves a certain purpose. Which serves a certain purpose for not just, just the development of Black consciousness, but all of humanity. It has that universal element. And I just wanted to see if you would broaden that a little bit.
Yeah, well, one thing I didn't include in the slideshow, because I got worried that the slideshow was becoming too long, was a big thing. Well, I guess, okay, one thing I want to clarify from your presentation, and another thing to answer the question is, the Harlem Renaissance also focused a lot on self-portraits, which I didn't include in here. And I thought it was deep because it was a lot of these artists not just painting each other, but painting themselves and trying to do it really creatively. And even one was by a Philadelphia artist named Samuel Johnson, who was friends with Doc Thrash, and he studied at the University of the Arts, which is now shutting down, which has also said something about the people feeling that there's no need for real art, or the study of art. But he also went to South Philadelphia High School, where Brandon teaches. He painted a self-portrait, which was inspired by Du Bois's concept of double consciousness. And the reason I related to the autobiographical is because something Baldwin talks a lot about is how, Nuri read it in a quote from yesterday, but how history cannot be separated at this point from oneself in America. That you are history because you are both a product of certain assumptions, but you're also in some ways a reflection of your own country's history in relationship to shaping who you think you are, what society thinks you are, and then you have to make a certain break or point of determining this is who I am. And this is who I want to be, responsible not just for myself, but for society, for the betterment of society. And I thought the self-portraits were interesting because it was these artists trying to answer a question at that time that was so revolutionary, which is, who am I? And it's not that kind of, it's not the who am I that's you in your room away from society. It's the who am I as someone who has a contribution to make to society. Like even to say that a black man is a beautiful man, like a black artist is someone with a great contribution. And so that's one thing, and I think that's also why Baldwin talks a lot of, the reason why I find Baldwin so revolutionary for these times is because he talks a lot about the connection between the private and the public, which is something in free school we talk a lot about. But I see that in self-portraits or in autobiographical, where for Baldwin, he's like, you will not be able to, one, actually politically assess what is going on in society, what is wrong, unjust. You will not understand the crisis outwards if you also don't even, if you cannot also face, you won't be able to change society if you're not even prepared to face something inside of yourself. Like, what values do you live by? What do you worship? And then how does that thus impact not just how you see yourself, but how then you treat other people and what you've deemed possible or not. Whether you stay stagnant in your life or know that there is such thing as the truth, there is such thing as the future, and you're ready to fight for it. You believe in it. That's also why I really love that quote from Paul Robeson, where he says that the importance of the concrete symbol, that there is something concrete about good. Mother and child is good, because a lot of gender theory today will make you ask, well, who is a mother? Who is a woman? Who produces a child? But there's also then the white supremacist idea of, is a black teenager a child? Is the Palestinian under 18 minor a child, or are they a minor? Or an adult, because the news reports will tell you that despite the fact that I think it's the majority of people injured and killed, I think, are children and women, or I think some percent are children. But media reports will call them under 18 minors. They'll call them minors, or they'll just lump them in. The criteria of the child also. So I think that's what's damaging. And then the other thing I wanted to just emphasize again is, it's significant that the Harlem Renaissance, but not just the Harlem Renaissance, but black thinkers in America talk so much about the human being. And it's because this is a society that dehumanizes people, ideologically and then in practice. And what that does to young people is it encourages young people to give up. And it actually wants young people to give up because it doesn't want there to be a future. And that's why I think Du Bois' essay on beauty is also important, because what he says about beauty is, he says, when you have an idea or a concept of beauty, it also makes you appreciate these things about what makes a human a human. And he even says, he even talks about just even the beauty of nature, or the beauty of a good night's sleep. And he says, who shall let this world be beautiful? Who shall restore to men the glory of sunsets and the peace of quiet sleep? Because he's saying the reason why there could be beauty. There's a lot of beauty in this world, but the reason why there can't is because there's imperialism and colonialism and war and a whole society based on the dehumanization of the human being. There's poverty. And then Du Bois makes the point where he's like, and that is why art is propaganda. All art is propaganda, because art has in this society a purpose to reassert the human being, for there to even be such thing as a human future. That it's not just vague. There's that things are not just vague or ambiguous. And I'll stop there.
Can I just want to add to what Evan was saying? While you guys were both talking, I had one thought that occurred to me, which is that I feel like when you think about, or what's evoked by, when you say revolutionary art or political art, one example is the Soviet example, which is socialist realism. And I think the other example is kind of what we call political art today, which is all postmodern art, which is all very bad. And I feel like everyone knows it's bad, but you don't really have an alternative, and so you're like, oh yeah, this is political art. And I feel like the actual alternative to even both of those is the Harlem Renaissance. And I think well, it's just occurred to me as both of you were talking about. I think for me, and I think we share like an understanding of, in some ways, the Harlem Renaissance was more advanced than even like the socialist realism of the Soviet Union, or at least I feel that way. And I think the other thing that occurred to me was, I feel like this thing that you said about autobiography is really important because it's also important to contrast it with, like we were talking about, the narcissism of so many artists and intellectuals today. Or like I remember I was sitting in like this like theory class and we're like reading about like Jacques Derrida, and he has this whole essay where he talks about like he's sitting in his room, his cat is looking at him, and he's like writing an essay about his kid. Like I'm not even joking. Like this is the kind of stuff that they're writing. And it's completely narcissistic. And like that's kind of also the attitude that I think has been kind of fostered amongst like younger generations, where like it's not even about examining yourself, but it's about almost like you're not examining yourself. All you're doing is being like, oh, like here's my narrative, like here's how oppressed I am, and all that stuff. And yeah, something else I wanted to add from my presentation that I didn't put in was the irony of a lot of the like identity politics, especially in academia. How it manifests is if you scratch the surface of it, a lot of let's say like Asian American studies, for instance, or like what is currently like Latino studies, for instance. Like these are all courses that we took. When you scratch the surface, a lot of the theoretical, philosophical foundations and assumptions come from Europe. And that's the irony of it, where it's like it's supposed to be about non-white people. But all of the assumptions come from basically the postmodern thinkers of the late 20th century. And I think again, it's really important to contrast like this autobiography in which Baldwin represents, in which like you're also saying from the Harlem Renaissance, in which you're examining yourself as like a human being and examining your connection to humanity, as opposed to I think what so many young people are presented today, which is just basically like narcissism.
Yes.
So I just want to add that as well.
Okay, we'll take questions and comments from anybody. Wow, great. We'll read it. Go to 6. Oh, it needs to be turned on. Okay.
Okay. So my question is connected to what we've already been discussing in the Q&A, but I want to go back to this question of maybe you can describe it as the American pathology, where something like the Harlem Renaissance, but as Emily mentioned, something more modern for our moment, which is James Baldwin, serves as an antidote to the cleavage in the American personality that has been created by white supremacy. But I actually wanted to ask if any of the panelists could expand on where and what you see the origins what are the foundations and the origins of this cleavage that demands such a unique antidote in this time? And the antidote would essentially only be the creation of a new human being, where we can formulate it in all sorts of ways, but where there's an actual consistency between the interior and the exterior life, or the American pathology as so shaped by this dramatic cleavage between who you think you are, what you say you are, and what you really do. Like what we see in with the scientists, for example. But I also wanted to comment on a few of the ideas that were brought up during the presentation. Like there were certain words that really struck me, and one was the Robeson quote that you had read at the end about the exhausted vitality of the Western man, and how having achieved the key may not have the vitality to turn it into block. So this is a connected question, but from whence, from what will lend the vitality at this point to turn the key in its lock? And then also this idea of heritage and how like the Western man has disconnected himself from his own heritage, and you know what? Okay, yeah, you understand. But I guess my most specific question is, like, what is this American pathology that we've been talking about, and what is its antidote?
Maybe we'll take a few questions so that we can broadly discuss them, because as you can see, this will be a rich discussion.
Well, maybe some of the things that I was thinking about might also contribute or add to some of this line of thinking around pathology, but one thing I just wanted to say is that I didn't expect, or should have expected, to feel really strongly or have all three presentations provoke such strong emotions in me. I couldn't even sit straight. It began certainly when Jeremiah so clearly and just attacked the way American universities, elite universities, have destroyed young people, at least for several generations. And I feel like what needs to take place now is truly something on the level of to begin a healing process, some kind of truth and reconciliation, where just as we need to hold the scientific, academics, responsible for war and genocide, there might be something similarly needed for what the social sciences have done. Right. And also, I think a year ago we were always saying maybe with the election of Trump in November, these people will really be swept to the dustbin of history. It's also, of course, that plus what we've been seeing with the genocide in Gaza revealing the absolute moral bankruptcy of these institutions and how students are losing day by day more and more credibility in their professors and administrators and whatnot. But I'm also curious to see what else we need to be thinking about in terms of just how will these people be excised from the stage of history. But also, Emily, your presentation reminded, or actually not only, I think, advanced, expanded, and took to a much higher level some ideas that I think we had started thinking about when maybe about 2 years ago I had written an article about the Harlem Renaissance, but also its connection, or in some ways how high of a bar it was searching for and set as a criteria for beauty and philosophy and morality for a new American nation. But just to add to why such a powerful movement for art had to be destroyed or had to be disconnected from the people, I think some of the things that we had discussed was actually not only with the rise of postmodernism in the form of philosophy, but also art of the most abstract, shapes, colors, drips, whatever. There's also, of course, pop art. The pop art that says of Andy Warhol, a can of soup is more beautiful than a human being or a mother and child. That an artist like Andy Warhol is, in fact, despite all his critiques of capitalism, irony, and whatnot, that he's actually, in fact, part of the ruling class, and that is the standard to which artists today aspire to, and in many ways, this, even if it's quote-unquote tongue-in-cheek, but it's truly something that also represents, I think, instead of the values that are promoted through the Harlem Renaissance, pop art is taken up as the American exemplary of freedom and other kind of values that the ruling elite want to really brand themselves as, essentially, in the 50s and the 60s. But also that laying the foundation for actually Basquiat, but also the nascent hip-hop, essentially. And hip-hop is that manifestation in the sort of cloaked in an African-American face and veneer of these values. And so, I'm just adding all this to say, the freedom that the Harlem Renaissance, so sort of to build more stately mansions, to be able to, to yoke your aspirations to the struggles of your people to create something new, but instead, all of the art that is supposed to be the most exemplary of American or postmodern art is the freedom to borrow Rogers or to get paid, essentially. And so, I'm just saying all this, and I don't know if there's so much that you can add. I'm just beginning comments at this point, but I'd be curious to hear if there's anything you've made of that. So
maybe You can respond to this and then we'll take the next batch of questions. And you should take a seat because this might be a while.
Well, I can start by, I guess, addressing what Michelle brought up. And I mean, the American, but, I mean, this is the subject of Baldwin's body of work.
Yes.
What is the American pathology?
Yes.
And, I mean, I think that there needs to be, like in the Saturday Free School, a wide reading of James Baldwin to answer this question for a people, But the other thing is that, this is the first nation that has, what the boys called a race problem. And it's really, America is like an experiment, there is no other society like this in human history. And the presence of the African American on its shores, and the psychology that creates in the white American, which is then, assimilated into by immigrants. I mean, this is really unprecedented, I think, in human history.
Right.
And really, you need James Baldwin to explain this. And as somebody who grew up outside of America, I mean, I was not prepared for the society. How can you be? How can you be prepared for it? And that's the other thing is the world elite who come here and are trained in these universities. They don't know what they're dealing with, and they come here, they take up the assumptions of the white world, look down on black people, look down on their own people, go back and govern.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's the American university. I mean, I'm sure other people have things to say about the American pathology. But the other thing I wanted to say is that, this pathology, it exists in all parts of this nation. It doesn't matter whether you live in a city with black people. There is a set of assumptions that is, and I'm saying this because of the, because Michelle brought it up, and California has a whole different equation, but that doesn't mean that California is exempt. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then the question of heritage. I mean, when we were doing the Year of the Boys, I mean, to think of W.E.B. Du Bois as an American thinker, as a foundational thinker. I mean, he is our heritage. Who else?
Yeah.
And really, it is to recognize who has set the future, the terms on which the future must be built.
Right.
And I think Du Bois is a big part of it. As I already said, James Baldwin is a big part of it. And I think there's a lot of work to be done through, through reading, through years like this, where we redefine who is central, where we place these thinkers where they truly belong. Where we assert that W.E.B. Du Bois is a world thinker. And it's shocking, the reaction that you come up against when you assert something like this. I mean, nobody is, shocked when you say Marx is a central thinker. It's, even in this day, after Black Lives Matter and all of that, this is something to think about the American pathology. It's not, anyway, so that's what I would say.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think something we were talking about in free school recently was, I feel like there's especially amongst the left in the US, there's a very common move to just explain what's happening in Gaza as imperialism, which it is, but I think it's very easy, I think, in some ways to just explain it through, like these mechanistic, structural terms. All of which are in play, obviously, especially like, these questions of like the state, which we talked about yesterday. But I think part of what Americans more broadly are reckoning with is the human question that is at the heart of the genocide in Gaza and what it reflects also about American society.
Right.
Because it's not just, like, I feel like there's no way you can explain a Benjamin Netanyahu and a society backing him, which says, actually, we're not doing enough to kill Palestinians. You know, like that kind of, like that pathology as well. And yeah, because it's not just about the interests of the ruling class. Because like I think you guys said this, but oftentimes the ruling elite will act in ways which are not even in their best interests. Which is why also, you know, you have, especially in today's time, there's all of these quote-unquote realist thinkers like John Mearsheimer, Jeffrey Sachs, like all those people who are very well known. A lot of people listen to them. They have like some good things to say, but oftentimes they're completely dumbfounded by the way that the American ruling elite act. They can't make sense of it because their whole thing is like, oh, like, but the self-interest of America and all this stuff. And I think you have to understand what Baldwin's talking about in order to understand why the ruling class acts in the way it does, but also how you could, what has happened, like this question of Israel, what's happened to Israeli society, this question of what's happened to basically like Jewish people also around the world, like what has happened to these human beings, they would behave in this way. I think, like none of this thing has to be investigated as a human question. And you can't just explain it away through just like, oh, like it's all just like, you just say like, oh, it's imperialism. You wave your hand and that answers all the questions. Like we're not satisfied with that. And I think, yeah, like this question of pathology, especially in America, I feel like just like affirming what Nandita said, I think a lot of like Baldwin and also Du Bois, but Baldwin especially, like what he clarifies is that part of what makes America unique is that it is the first society in which it is founded so explicitly on the ideal of human freedom and human equality, and in which white people professing these ideals were then enslaving black people. And the pathology that's produced by that is that white people know what they're doing, and they lie to themselves about what they're doing. And it's like what happens when you have an entire society which, as Nandita was saying, is grounded in that lie, that assumption, regardless of whether even like, yeah, there are black people in wherever you live or not. And I think that, I don't know, for me, I feel like that's kind of like the origin of like the pathology, but.
Okay. We can take more questions.
Hotel. Yeah, I was touched by a thought that kind of shot at me, and that is, because we're focusing a lot on the very dramatic genocide that's taking place in Palestine. Let's keep this in perspective. This nation genocided 95% of the Native Americans. Okay? Let's look at another one. England takes the island of Tasmania and kills every person on the island. There's not one Tasmanian in the world today. There have been all kinds of cultures and people that have had power and have had empire. But when you look at the difference in the genocide, there's reasons for everything. I'm not at this time going to go into the reasons as to why these people do that. I'm not going to go there. But something else I wanted to touch on also, when I think of Western technology and Western science and what have you, it's basically variations of a concept of analysis or left brain where they tear reality into millions of particles and they don't have a unifying principle to connect the dots or whatever. You got left brain analysis, and then you have synthesis. Synthesis, see the duality of the world, all these different things, a basket of diamonds, a scoop of poop, very different from the surface. But when we go down to, like in physics, when you go down to the subatomic energy level of everything is exactly the same way. It's exactly the same thing. So there is a way of perceiving the the oneness of all things kind of sort of at the essence of the surface duality. I don't believe that the duality is an illusion like they say in Hinduism. I believe the duality is real, but only from the surface. So not to get too, well, yeah, I was thinking about that in terms of, well, yeah, and with that, I think I'm going to sit down and listen.
Thank you. Go ahead, Leah.
I also just wanted to add my reflections to what was being discussed, but I think one thing that stood out to me was from the discussion. Is this good? Yeah. Was this thing that one thing that I've noticed in like academic science is like the utter lack of respect for work itself and the worker too, because I feel that professors usually don't have a lot of respect even for somebody like a graduate student who's like the process through which they themselves have gone through, and they don't feel empathetic and you were right, like when you said that only sort of choice you have once you enter like the university is like, oh, which is the least oppressive condition to work under. And I'm not trying to compare the graduate student to a worker, but I'm just saying that sort of produces a certain kind of like individual that comes out of the university, because the other thing is that people who work in the university, they're like sort of kept separate constantly from students. Like, for example, the people who work in like the storeroom, or like people who are janitors, they come in at night and you don't really get to interact with anybody. And this is something, the reason I'm bringing this up is because the art that you showed, Emily, like the same Alan Douglas painting that we're seeing here, like where the scientist is seen as a part of the workforce of society. Like he's one of the workers who's maybe like weapons are different, like that of. And it also reminds me of Baldwin, where he says that I cannot drive a truck, but I can mess up your mind, and that's my job, right? So they saw themselves as a part of society, but like the Western intellectual and even the immigrants who come here to get educated, and when they leave, or when they get integrated into the society to become citizens, and the process is much easier for immigrants who come in here to become citizens. That's another like angle to all of this. If you are in academia, because you become more and more white, so they let you sit at the table. But yeah, like the kind of people that produce, they think of themselves as above society and above as like they have something, and it makes it easier for you to hate on anybody like who has a difference of opinion with you. So I just wanted to add this and like ask you guys what your thoughts are.
Maybe we can take one more question.
Go ahead.
We can take both these questions. Yes.
Cool. Hi. So I just wanted to add on and comment on a few things that were discussed, and also propose maybe some direction or like questions I'd love to explore today. And I feel like it's really interesting that in this conversation, you have like we are coming from a certain kind of institutional background. Like you have Nandita here, who's our physicist, and also Jeremiah, who's studied, had a certain kind of academic training. And I feel like most of the time we are socialized to believe, or we are taught to believe, that science and art are completely separate. But in reality, if you center the human and you make the precondition love and the pursuit of human freedom, the role and the task of both the scientist and the artist are one and the same.
Yes.
And so, when I'm, especially coming from the West Coast, from California, and you see the two largest industries in California being science and technology in Silicon Valley, and also Hollywood in Los Angeles, that they're actually two arms of the state, actually, in kind controlling the ideological kind of framework of the mass population of America, and it becomes a cultural export of the world that every country consumes. If you think about the films that come out of Hollywood. And well, I was actually thinking, Nandita, about the quote that you said about, and that Michelle brought up, which is like this exhaustion of human vitality, and how you do see this actually in Silicon Valley, and you do see it in Hollywood too, where fewer and fewer people are want to go see a film. Fewer and fewer people are going to theaters, movie theaters, and same with Silicon Valley, how exhausted the workers are, and how much of a farce, like people realize how much of a farce it is to work at to aspire to work at a big tech company like Facebook or Tesla or whatever you want to call it. So I do think that people are searching for a certain kind of alternative, and like in studying the Harlem Renaissance, which I do think is a kernel of like shows a certain path forward. I think it's like in factoring in Kathie's question as well about like what are the underlying motivations now for artists these days, or how they even see themselves as an artist, which is to make money. Like, or most people think of, if I want to make it, I have to make money off of it. That like what is essentially like the how, essentially, of how do we bridge this gap or create this bridge between science and art, and how does it become part of the peace economy, essentially? Because I would say that, yeah, Silicon Valley and Hollywood is part of the war economy at this moment. And yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, first I wanted to congratulate all of you, because I think it's really important to see that this investigation of the philosophical framework, the dominant philosophical framework, to do this in pre-revolutionary times is something that I don't know if there have been examples of this in history. They're definitely not in our lifetime. So I think it's really important what all of you are bringing in, like this critique in a time like this. I wanted to, pursue something I think that Nandita mentioned, and the question of objectivity. And I was thinking, it brought me back to something that I think, like yesterday we talked about. Somebody mentioned, probably Raju, but like how we look at the American university and the search for truth it represents as something, like quite resembling the Christian church, or like the medieval church, and how the university and the science that comes out of Enlightenment thought, which is the Western view of science, how it sees truth, or how it sees itself as the gatekeeper of truth. But at the same time, what you are saying is how we have managed to come to a time where this has coalesced with postmodernism, which at least claims to start from the opposite end of this question, where it claims to start from, okay, we are going to reject the existence of the objective truth and the gatekeepers of objective truth. That's why we have so many we have so many post-colonial thinkers who claim to come from oppressed peoples and who claim to come from the point of view of a rejection of the white supremacist worldview as the gatekeeper of truth. And the fact that these have coalesced makes me think that we are in it seems like a different kind of time where we can't talk about truth the way we used to maybe 100 years back or so, because what your presentation really makes me think is that at the same time that the university is the gatekeeper, that there is a certain vision of the world that the ruling class wants to pursue, the ruling class wants to shape the world in its own image. So there is a vision of the ruling class, and it also happens that this vision involves the rejection of truth itself, or at least that's how it's practiced in the social and the natural sciences at this point. Right. So that's I wanted to bring this up if you think this is something that you can say something more about what the consequences of this is, because this is a new movement. And the other thing I wanted to bring up, and I'm not sure if it's related to the first thing, is what Nandita you mentioned about. Well, I think you were responding to Jeremiah, talking about how postmodernism was really born during the Cold War era, after the Second World War. And you mentioned the European existentialists of that time. And the questions that, like a Camus or a Sartre raised, like concerning the existence of man faced with devastation of war. And I was thinking of how, because Baldwin also talks about the state of being. His subject is the same as that of Camus, but I can't think of anybody like more like poles apart. And like the reason I think is like what I'm thinking about, why is it poles apart, is because I think there is this question of morality which the existential philosophers almost desperately try to avoid. The European existentialists of which came about after the Second World War, and I wanted to see if there's anything we can think like you guys can think about when we talk about existentialism as a philosophy. It's first of all, it's not a property of Europe, and we had the Russian existentialists before that, and we have the existentialists of Asia, for instance. But then Baldwin brings all of this to the modern world, where he's talking about the universal human condition, and he's also talking, like his subject is also, like you say, the modern colored man. So yeah, that's what I wanted to bring in.
You think it will be okay if we take one more and then respond to all of them? I think maybe if Meghna will wait a little bit, we can try and respond to these, because it's a lot.
I was going to respond to, I was going to combine some of the questions. The latter thing you said, Sambarta, about Camus and Sartre, and then going back to Michelle's question of pathology, the American pathology, and combining Crystal's question about the artist, like Hollywood today. I'm going to try to combine my own thoughts, but, well, firstly, with Camus and Sartre, both of whom I don't actually know that well. Again, like, I never really read that much existentialism, but what I do know is, I think the real question, and this is not just a question for them as philosophers and writers, but it's a question that every individual has to face, is your stance on basically the struggle of the times. Is the political struggle. Camus, what I know of him is actually through Baldwin. I'm guessing through Baldwin. But yeah, Camus, I mean, he's an Algerian, of Algerian descent, who opposed Algerian independence. And James Baldwin says, he's like, Camus argued for justice, but did not argue for power, which is what the Algerians wanted, the power, independence, and the power to determine their own destinies. And so that also impacts how you even read Camus. What do you mean by existentialism and all of that, of which, okay, I haven't read. But I bring that up because I think it relates to something I tried to say, but something I've thought a lot about, which is basically the individual. That I think in America, in addition to the fact that America is the first nation to deal with the category of race, the African American in this country, and how the entire existence of American psychology and also the system itself was dependent on what white people did to the African American, to the slave in this country, is that I also think another pathological thing, or what creates part of the crisis, is that you have the concept of an individual. And we've talked about that a lot in free school, which is where I get it from, but I think there's something significant about the individual as something in America, because I just don't feel like it's the same in, let's say, China as strongly, the concept of the individual. But there's this speech that King has, the drumbeat major's instinct, which again I only know vis-a-vis another writer, which is Nandita. But yeah, King has this speech where he says the individual in and of itself is not bad. The question is, you can either go the individual can see him or herself in relationship to the great struggle occurring in society, see yourself as part of society. What do you do with your own life and your contribution and responsibility to society, to a struggle, or even to God, you could say, relationship to God, or you can go the route of narcissism, which is a collapse in the inside, heading into yourself. And so that, I feel like that's related to Camus, and I think that's also why I think the American pathology is also very unique and almost so complex and difficult, because again, it's not just there's no such thing as just an external stance. It's a stance that requires you to both go in and out, to deal with something inwards and outwards, because what's inwards is every human being in America collides against society. Like, your interpretation of yourself and what's happening around you is dependent also on how much you have basically subscribed to Western standards or not. Like, something we talk a lot in our central branch of the Free Library Reading Group is, you meet someone from the Midwest, like there's this concept of Midwest nice, like Midwest nicety, of like, I asked my sister this a lot because she went to the South, do you prefer someone who's fake, but they're nice to you? Or do you prefer someone who's somewhat rude to you, but they're being real with you? Like, and I think that's the difference. Because Midwest nice is white, I'm sorry. I think Midwest nice is that kind of like the patronizing, paternalistic niceties that like oftentimes people associate with white people, or like the white standard. And then you also have the real. But the way I also relate to the question of the artist is, I think part of it is I also think, not even talking about people who see themselves as artists in today, like people who want to be filmmakers or people who want to be painters, is I think there are just a lot of young people who could be artists, but don't even see themselves as artists. I think that's also part of the problem, which is why I think the question of knowledge or our basic assumptions, philosophy becomes important. Because I also think, I just think it's like, I also think the question of art, it's true, like Hollywood, especially because of the impact of McCarthyism in the Cold War, I think punished people who maybe like in a certain time period actually were trying to pursue something more human. And now it's just propaganda for the ruling elite. Because those who tried were punished, and I don't think Hollywood has recovered, but I also think there's also, even before people want to become filmmakers, I think there's a question of, there's a lot of young people there are young people who should be artists, who don't even see it as, I don't know, I think it's an interesting philosophical question, but there are a lot of young people who don't even see themselves like as wanting to pursue art. And I think that has to do with what Du Bois understood as beauty. I guess I'll stop there.
You want to say something? No? Well, I'll be brief, but I think the question of Hollywood is actually very important, which Crystal brought up, and I think that's the other place where Zionism is really a motive force. But the other thing that Sambarta brought up, the question of objectivity, whether there is an objective truth, I think it relates to the question of whether there is a struggle to be had. Is there a struggle for a future? And if there's no objective truth, then all of our relationships are relative. And everything is relative. And then what? And I think that in this country in particular, it's also the question of the African American struggle. If there is no truth, then the oppression of black people is the same as gender, is the same as whatever. There's a whole list of things that you could. But there is a truth. There is truth. There is oppression. There is poverty. There is war. And I think that's what you're pointing to. The attack on the concept of a truth.
Right.
And really, the people who produce knowledge in the society are so cowardly. They cannot bear to face this reality.
Right.
And so you make up these, theories which you hide behind, like Jeremiah was saying, words and words and words, definitions. But the other thing about the existentialists, well, I think Sartre is maybe the best of them. We read Sartre, in the free school at some point, and I think his position on the Algerian question is to be admired. But I do think that they're limited by Europe. They're still within the framework of Europe. And then, this thing we've been discussing of the autobiography. Baldwin doing his autobiography of a people. And outside of Europe, in fact, flipping Europe on its head. He is doing the negation. He's taking the assumptions of Europe and negating them. And to some extent, I feel, no, actually to all extent, I feel that Baldwin is more universal. I mean, why should, all of these young people in India and China and Africa and Latin America, why should they see themselves in Sartre? They don't share the crisis of psychology that comes with a society engaged in war. They're the victims of it. They're not, they're not the people thrusting their society to oppression. So they don't have to deal with those crises. But there are different crises that are better addressed by maybe Doc would say Fanon, but definitely James Baldwin. And I think we need him. I think the world needs him, his ideas. So that's what I would say.
I just want to add a short comment. I think if you contrast it, the postmodernist view is truth is repressive. Truth is oppressive. They view truth as a regime that is to be subverted. Whereas the Black freedom tradition is literally the truth shall set you free. It's a completely different way of approaching the question of truth altogether. And one thing I also wanted to add about the universal thing, I really I've also been reading Langston Hughes recently, and I was talking with Catherine Blunt about it because we're doing the West Philadelphia reading group for James Baldwin, and recently we read together with some students Langston Hughes' poem. I think it's Let America Be America Again. And I was just thinking about it because I feel like also there's this thing about universality, which you mentioned, where I think it's very common to, for instance, view someone like Walt Whitman as the universal American poet. And he also styles himself as the universal American poet. And to see someone like Langston Hughes as quote unquote more particular, because he's just talking about Black people. But the ironic thing is that actually I find Langston Hughes to be more universal than Walt Whitman. And I like Whitman. I like a lot of Whitman's poetry, but the thing is that and actually it's the end of the quote that I read at in my presentation at the end, where Baldwin says the American writer has to deal with his particulars, and that's the only way towards basically universal. And it's that because Langston Hughes deals with the particular and the concrete, that allows him to be much more universal. And to also talk about the American condition in a more honest way than I feel like Whitman does. Because Whitman's trying to encompass everything. It's you're kind of left with I don't know, it doesn't feel very, it doesn't feel like it's moving towards anything. So yeah, I just wanted to add that as well.
Okay. Any more questions?
Yeah, I don't want to delay yourselves.
Okay, we'll probably only take one or two more questions. So, yes, let's hear from Colin.
Yeah, I
maybe three.
Just by way of illustration. I guess I'll just
No, come. If you have a question, please ask it.
No, I just this has been so life-giving, soul-giving, soul-feeding. Yeah, I just wanted to this is more by way of illustration. You're helping me work through it. So I've been trying to get published a paper on how there's the Black worker in Philadelphia, and how what gentrification is doing, and how there is a displacement that is happening of this political tradition. And I got rejected 4 times from journals that I've tried. Why?
Because the black worker, it elides the specific role of black women. Why? Because, oh, you just interviewed middle class people. Why? Because, this is just too big of a claim or whatever. You cannot. And I think what they're really rejecting is there is an alternative to this regime of gentrification. There is an alternative to this regime of war. And you're just helping me think how these questions that seem that they are philosophical and ideological, but they're really moral. What do you want to see? And I guess that's just also something I'm thinking of is we're talking about all of this and we're here, but to be here is a moral choice. And to be in academia is an immoral one. And so I guess that's just where does that leave all of us, and just the practice of sociology, which is such a necessary science, and just claiming and planting our flag that this is our endeavor and this is what we must do, and this is where it's being done in a space like this. The other thing I was just thinking of is just the question of pedagogy, because they're reproducing people, so they're trying to reproduce people. But those same people want to kill themselves. To be honest, I mean, it's just you're just being made into such a miserable, cowardly, less than a human being. Whereas, I mean, there's nothing more beautiful than a real pedagogy, like those paintings of the grandfather teaching the child. I mean, this is the objective of life, the immortal child, the development of the immortal child. So, yeah, just wondering, I mean, because you're talking about philosophy and ideology, if you have any reflections on pedagogy as well. But, yeah.
Okay, I'll be very brief. I just had one comment, and I'll leave the panelists with a question, which is that I think that we're all familiar with a phrase called publish or perish, and I think that we have come to a moment where that doesn't apply anymore, and I think that.
You mean it's publish and perish?
No,
it's perish and perish.
No, I think it's more to do with what Raju was talking in his presentation yesterday. It's conform or perish.
That's right.
It's accept or perish.
Right.
So I think that the Chinese publish a lot more papers than the United States does every single year, and that doesn't get them anywhere within the scientific community and the academy. It is your ideology that matters at this present moment. And, I come from the natural sciences, I come from the field of biology, and from the outside it looks like I'm working on extremely complicated, complex systems. But internally, I can tell you that every attempt that we make is to simplify, is to actually reduce, is to narrow. And that is only made possible because science itself has been narrowed. It has been stripped away over time from a lot of things that connects it to the world, and hence you can't really look at anything in its original complex, complicated state. It is this sort of aversion to complexity that has crept into science and has crept into science for a long time. And the presence of complexity sort of means that there can be no absolute truth. You can run around the truth but never achieve it. You can get a lot of different manifestations of truth but not an absolute one. But King, I think I learned this from King when he says that it's the journey through complexity that actually gives the people a moral character and highlights the strength of that moral character through that journey. And even Baldwin comes in here and says that you can never really know the ocean standing at the shore. And I guess that this brings me to my question, which I want to leave you. It's a matter of worldview, which is that Baldwin had to be sacrificed, Baldwin had to be erased for the prominence of people like Judith Butler. And then when a moment in time comes when Baldwin has to be re-accepted, it is far easier to re-accept him as a queer black man than a revolutionary. So I guess my question is that what makes this easier for people, and what is necessary for us to accept Baldwin as who he is, which is a revolutionary writer and thinker.
Go ahead.
I just want to say I know we're all probably hungry, but I definitely consider what everyone is talking about here to be sustenance, equivalent to a good meal. Okay, I will. So I'm a physicist too, and I spent the last 4 years at Microsoft working on AI, so I feel kind of a responsibility to share my experience. I would say, I guess, first on string theory, basically, the lack of vitality is incredibly evident. I spent many, many hours arguing with my colleagues, and they had no real justification for what they were doing. And they either fell into sort of mathematical fantasy, or they would kind of say, well, you know, we can do experiments if you consider like the early universe and conditions which will never exist again in nature. So, you know, they were comforted by that. And I would say, I guess at this day, now it's been 5 years since I left, almost all of them have left. In fact, the last one I knew of is just leaving now to go work in the semiconductor industry. And others have left for AI. Many of the top spots at like these big companies like Anthropic, OpenAI, etc., are staffed by former string theorists. They have quite the cachet over there. And so like one of the co-founders of Anthropic, the primary competitor of OpenAI, is a string theorist. So I guess I'll talk about AI because I worked on that a lot too and I have a lot of thoughts about it. I'll try not to be too technical. These models, they call them, that's the technical term for the AI, they're literally made to reflect data. That's the whole operation. The mathematical form of them is to just reproduce data that they are fed. And among these scientists, there's a belief, a metaphysical hypothesis that consciousness itself is a computer. And that if you have the data, which is the output of an example of consciousness, like humanity, anything sufficient to produce that could emerge, from that could emerge consciousness. So it's a gross simplification of humanity, I would say. And the goal of this whole project, of course, as Nandita and others have said, is to produce AGI, they call it, or artificial general intelligence, a human-like intelligence. The main difference being it's an intellectual slave, can never say no, or a soldier that can never say no. And so there's tons of problems with this. Obviously, I'm reminded of like Stephen Jay Gould's Mismeasure of Man. The whole book is about how defining intelligence has always been used to, prop up white supremacy, to define the white race and others. And these are the same people that follow this intellectual tradition who are trying to make an artificial version of that. So, we'll see where that goes. And the other thing is, of course, these models, which are literal reflections of data, are of course reflections of their creators. So these scientists who create them, a lot of the more people who at least try to think, theoretically about these things, they think of two fixed points of this project. Either we'll create a machine so powerful it somehow destroys all of us, or it will save us from all our problems with technology that it itself creates. And it's, I think it's kind of religious, like a catechism. The machine God will come down and smite us or save us, depending on where your position is. So yeah, anyways, those are all my thoughts. Thank you all very much.
Okay, I just want to make like a very brief comment responding to the comments and questions. One of which was related to Colin's comment. I feel like I remember a lot of my like kind of traumatizing experiences come from like particular set of classes I took. And so one of the quotes that I gave about like, I don't know, yeah, it's like the professor was saying like I have an obligation to truth basically, and I have no obligation to you. There was another period in that class in which the same professor said, you don't have to have a philosophical justification for something in order to like fight for it. This was also like in response to a question from a student who was like trying to make sense of Foucault and was like, does Foucault mean, and this also relates to like LGBTQ stuff, so it was all very like convoluted, but basically like, yeah, like you don't, this professor was telling the student, who's very well-meaning, like you don't actually have to have a philosophical reason to do anything. You can just do whatever you want, basically. And so I just wanted to bring that up as like kind of a parallel between, yeah, like the humanities and like what's happening at the far end of like AI and all that stuff. And then also, related to what Shantanu said, something that I realized as I was like taking these classes is it's actually what all of the postmodern people are doing, like the post-structuralism stuff, is actually really easy. Like all you have to do is like once you get the lingo and once you get the pattern of how they speak, you don't have to think that hard. And that was the reason why I did pretty well in my classes. I was like, oh, like actually it's not that difficult. Like you can just like kind of replicate what they're doing and you don't have to think that hard about it. All you have to do is like just make sure you get like the lingo. And like this also relates to the question of like complexity, where they generate all this language to make things seem very complex, but actually it's really simple. And that's why also that's the reason why it's not it's not the most talented people even who end up in all these, the most elite university departments, it's the most mediocre people. And I think we said before, but the university rewards actually the most mediocre people, because those are also the most compliant people. And yeah, I think that I agree with what Shantanu said, where actually like, yeah, the real task is human complexity. And yeah, I remember like reading, because I wrote my senior thesis on Baldwin and just above my head, and I didn't really have like the full like kind of language to make sense of it at the time, but even then I noticed like the scholarship that exists on Baldwin in particular is so bad. Like it's so lacking. It doesn't capture any of the like the complexity or what, especially in his literature. And it was really barren. And I was like, why is this the case? Like I feel like also because Baldwin is so upfront, like he's so direct in terms of what he talks about. And I was like, how can you like, you're responding to that, the only way you can respond to it is like the most like milquetoast, weak, I don't know, like whatever passes for scholarship. And so that's also like why we're doing what we're doing, because we think that Baldwin does matter. So yeah, I just wanted to add.
Well, I guess one thing hearing Jeremiah talk about, I think you could call it the humanities or the social sciences even, is that actually one of the effects is, like we've been talking about, one of the effects is the people that are produced, but like actually most of the people who staff labor unions, for example, I think have been based, I don't know whether it's because they all come from universities, but institutions like labor unions at this point are also run by people who are very used to lying, basically. And saying that even if we know something is true, we can, like you just said, like there doesn't have to be a philosophic foundation for me to say that I think something is true. And like an example would be voting for Joe Biden. Like to say, on one hand, I can say, because it's not as simple as just lying. It's also a certain type of internal manipulation of yourself and your own bending of morals. Where on one hand you can say, I disagree with what's happening in Gaza, and on the other hand say, we have to convince 100,000 of our workers to vote for Joe Biden. And if we can't say vote for Joe Biden, we have to be able to say vote against Trump. And that it just in terms of framework doesn't really make sense. But there's also an assumption of, I mean, there are a lot of different things about it, but there's also an assumption that a certain type of person will always know better. Like a certain type of person, educated person, oftentimes white, and at this point Zionist, Jewish Zionist person knows better than the majority of white and black workers. And I think that's another way I see this coming through. But it's interesting, Colin, when you said that AGI, the whole point is making a technology that can do what humans do, but they can never say no. But in some ways, I think it's interesting because a lot of human beings, like in terms of pedagogy, I feel like a lot of young people, at least I know I was trained to never even conceive of the word no, if that makes sense. Which is to say, like not stand up, like not be able to stand up for what I believe in, to say this is wrong, this is right. And I think that's the break that you're seeing today, where it's a lot of, I feel like increasingly you see a lot of, on one hand, you see a lot of young people who know how to say no, no, this is not right. And then on the other hand of young people saying, I have something to fight for, I have something to live for. It's like I have an impulse in me to even live, to stand up. Like I think those are two, which is to say it's addressing a question of cynicism and then also a question of like moral courage, if there is such a thing as to like making a moral choice. But there's yeah.
Well, I just add one thing because, like Robeson says, the Western bourgeois man, there is this sense in, I guess, white people in the university that this is it. We've reached the pinnacle of scientific achievement, and it all goes downhill from here. And no human being can repeat or parallel what we have achieved. And, that's why China, they are so threatened and afraid because you don't know what's going to come out of that civilization. What kind of new science will come out of it, And what achievements lie in the future of humankind. And so they go, they don't believe in the ability of other human beings to create. And they have exhausted themselves. And I think they know they have exhausted themselves. And so they think that we have to create machines to create knowledge. But obviously, it can never be done. Where is the creative impulse? Like you said, it regenerates data.
Right.
Where is the creative impulse of human beings? And I think really, this question of China that we've been discussing, it's very important because technologically, scientifically, I think they're on a path that no other people have been on before. So yeah, I think I'll stop.
Okay, that was a great panel. Thank you, everybody. Okay, so we're going to take a short break. There's some banh mi's. Please help yourself. And we'll be back sharp to continue our program at 3 p.m. Okay, listen.
2:30.
Half an hour. This is the party.
I tried to summarize what we discussed.
and we're going to have a roundtable discussion in some time. But before that, we're going to play a compilation of interviews and conversations with James Baldwin. And we decided to put this together and play it because we have been talking about Baldwin's ideas for a while. And going forward to the roundtable, we're going to enlarge, we're going to expand on what Baldwin brings to us to really excavate what he means to us as a people. And I think in order to get there, this compilation, it adds something because I think it is important to be able to see him, to hear him speak, because I think it grounds our thinking, going forward, the roundtable that's to come. So with that, we're going to start this video. And if you're watching on live stream, we've shared the link, and you can watch it online, but we can't put it on live stream.
Hello, everybody. Maybe I'll ask all of the participants of the roundtable to come up and join me. Michelle, Dr. Moderator, Kathie, Serafina, and Sambarta.
It does kind of feel like that, right? Huh? It's crazy. It's crazy.
No, I think it's always emotional. The title of this roundtable discussion is The Revolutionary Philosophy of James Baldwin and Our Path Towards a Human Future. I think what we want to do in this roundtable is really explore many of the things that we've talked about through this two-day conference. You know, I remember when we were having our discussions, meeting together and reading about the sciences, one of the conclusions that we came to, that the crisis in knowledge, the crisis in the sciences, including the natural sciences, is at a stage where it needs a philosophical resolution. And all of our discussions pointed us towards James Baldwin. And it's a very unintuitive thing. What does Baldwin have to do with the natural sciences? And that's something that I think we'll bring out in this roundtable, among other things. As many of you know, for the Free School, two of the important thinkers are W.E.B. Du Bois and James Baldwin. I think another thing we want to do today is to begin working out a synthesis of these two thinkers, how they come together. And finally, I think something we've talked about a lot over these past 2 days, the idea of the human. What does the human mean? How does the human go beyond the individual? So I hope that's another thing that we'll do. So with that, I just ask all of the participants to begin with some brief remarks, and then we can have a discussion in which all of you can also participate. Okay. So I'll ask Dr. Moderator.
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Raju, and I was so impressed with the last panel that I'm still reflecting upon it and trying to figure out what I can add. But certainly, my dear friend Nandita is here, and I just want to let everybody know that it was she and Meghna and myself who were the principal organizers of the year W.E.B. Du Bois in 2018. And in 2017, we had in the Free School a 3-day conference on James Baldwin, and it was Raju who had not known Baldwin too well by that time, who made the statement that I'll never forget, and that is, India needs Baldwin. So these two things kind of set a foundation for just a singular thought that I have, is that going forward, the creative development of philosophy and theory for, of course, the sciences, but also for the people, for the American people, and certainly, I think, as Raju suggested, for the world's people, is a creative synthesis of the thinking of W.E.B. Du Bois and James Baldwin. Two enormous world transformative geniuses. And here I would say that a synthesis or a fusion of the two is necessary because while they are very, very similar, they are not the same. W.E.B. Du Bois, let me just say before, they were both philosophers. They both understood the limitations of the European Enlightenment, and like Paul Robeson, understood that the tools, as Robeson said, the key that Western man had created, he did not have the capacity to use it, certainly to use it properly. And, you know, I'm thinking also about Colin's comments, having worked in string theory and AI, which I think is very unique, and I want to hear more about it. I think what he said confirms the assessment of Paul Robeson. But then, where do we go? Jeremiah informs us that in elite universities, and by extension, universities themselves, are so anti-human that they can't even love the students who look up to them. And what is a university if it cannot embrace love of human beings? What does it mean when, for example, the American Academy has become so anti-human, so contemptuous of world humanity that they can't even love the few students who sit before them? This is not just a crisis of the universities, this is a crisis of civilization. And here Baldwin and Du Bois saw the crisis, addressed the crisis in creative and positive ways. What is the answer? What is the way out? And Baldwin, as we saw here, continually insisted, I must be optimistic. I must believe in humanity. I must see a future. W.E.B. Du Bois was the same way. When it became difficult for him to live in this country, when he was indicted by the U.S. government, not by the state of New York or Pennsylvania, but by the United States government for being an agent of a foreign government. How dare they? Because he stood up for peace and for humanity. And he told them, I am not an agent of any government. I'm an agent of peace. And then he went on, literally, to treat them with the contempt with which they treated humanity. And he said to them, blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called communist. Is that praise for the communists or condemnation for the peacemakers? If peace and humanity are conspiracies against democracy, then what is peace? What is humanity? And so I just want to say the political context of Baldwin and Du Bois lays, and I was political and philosophical and ideological frameworks of Du Bois and Baldwin lay a foundation for the great synthesis of the two in a creative development of a theory for this time, for this crisis, and for humanity at this time.
Serafina, you want to go next?
Okay. Yeah, thanks, Doc. I think that sets the purpose of why we're doing this. So I wanted to start from, actually I wanted to start with a couple of threads that we have talked about in the last, like yesterday and today. The first thing I wanted to bring back was Raju's formulation yesterday's panel that the defense of civilization requires the control of the means of ideological production.
Yes.
And I've been thinking about this since, well, like the rest of yesterday and today. And I think it really confirms what Baldwin says, that civilization or a sense of life, it first lives in the mind. And therefore, it is sustained by ideas. And this is like I want to mention it and I'll come back to this, but the idea of civilization. So if we are talking about a defense of civilization, what the ruling elite of this country is involved in is, if the ruling elite of this country is involved in a defense of white supremacy, what I think we are involved in or are trying to do is a defense of civilization of humanity.
That's right.
So I wanted to mention this to begin. And the other thing I wanted to bring back was, well, what we've been talking about in the last panel, the idea of the forward movement of knowledge and of history, and that every new stage of humanity requires new knowledge, and it requires a new search for meaning. So the progress of civilization, the progress of human civilization is really a search, it's a renewed search for meaning at every stage. And so, like with these two as the starting points, I wanted to start the question of why we talk about Baldwin and Du Bois. I wanted to start from Dostoevsky. And I bring him up for two reasons. First, I think he probably is one of the most profound, he gives the most profound articulation of the limitations of the thought that comes out of the Enlightenment. And the other reason is because, as Baldwin talks about it all the time, that in his journey to make sense of his life and that of Black America, he began with Dostoevsky. And Dostoevsky puts this question towards the end of the 19th century, he really puts this question on the table, that whether knowledge, or what he saw as knowledge and thought, whether knowledge can serve the purpose of human freedom. But he actually puts it in the way that whether knowledge can whether knowledge can lead man to find moral meaning. So the question of morality, the question of renewed moral standards, can man find moral standards through knowledge? And I see this, I see the symposium largely as trying to ask that question in a different way for our times. And so I wanted to, mention Dostoevsky's question, because this question has been pursued in many different ways. And I think the pursuit of this question in the 20th century is probably best seen in the work of Albert Einstein. And the way he thinks about, the way he thought about the idea of world harmony, as he put it, he saw it through, or he searched for harmony through through the scientific method, the philosophical scientific inquiry, which stems from the Enlightenment. And what does Einstein find? He, his rejection of quantum mechanics, as Nandita mentioned in the last panel, his rejection of quantum mechanics comes from the fact that he sees it as an incomplete theory. So he sees the epitome of the Enlightenment thought of Europe and European science. He sees the contribution of the pinnacle of that as ultimately incomplete. And he sees it as incomplete because, he says that, even though quantum mechanics finds, even though it finds external confirmation, it lacks inner perfection. So even in his science, I think Einstein is searching for an inner perfection, and it actually leads him to make a remarkable admission. He says at some point to his friend Solvine, he says that without sinning against reason, we can never arrive at any conclusions. And I want to put this here because I think Einstein represents the epitome of what the thought of enlightenment has had to offer us. And even he was led to ultimately, he was led to this conclusion that the forward movement of humanity, that's like what I'm thinking of as his conclusion. The forward movement of humanity requires an open rebellion against what is seen as reason. And without this, and there are many ways we think about it, like many people talk about it, King talks about it in a particular way where he says that reason without the purifying power of faith can never, make any progress. I'm paraphrasing. But I'm trying to say that, Einstein's search and his conclusion means something as a finality of the possibility of enlightenment thought. And so on the one hand, we see Einstein and his search for the moral harmony that Dostoevsky shows that enlightenment does not offer us. And I think this is where Du Bois comes in, because at the same time that Einstein, well, actually even before probably, that Einstein was trying to find a new way of thought which comes through science, which can answer this question of harmony and moral purpose. Du Bois, especially Du Bois' science, what he really, what I'm seeing as a civilizational break from the science of enlightenment is how he says that knowledge must bow before the man who knows. Which, we have been talking about this today and yesterday, but I think the ramifications of this is really profound, because what he's saying is that there is depth in man, and knowledge is a part of man, and if knowledge does not serve humanity moving forward, if a knowledge that is not rooted in the centrality of man, then it must bow before man. And the final thing I want to mention is, the other thing is this idea of knowledge bowing before man. I think it's also seen, like with Du Bois, it's seen in how he formulates the science of human action, where I think his formulation is that the laws arising from the study of the world, the natural sciences, is acted on by indeterminate human will, which he calls chance, and this leads to the development of more and more complex laws. And I think this is how he sees, the forward movement of knowledge, and I think it's a civilizational break from how Europe sees knowledge. And yeah, the last thing I wanted to mention was bringing it back to Baldwin. I think going off from Du Bois and what Du Bois comes from, and what allows Du Bois to see the black proletariat as the principal agent of change in America, the black struggle. Baldwin comes from the same, he's cut from the same cloth, and what he, I think the essential thing that I just want to start with is actually also related to what Nandita was talking about, this question of objectivity. And I bring it to objectivity because, like we have said, objectivity is really the measure, or really it's the pillar on which the legitimacy of science and scientific pursuit of knowledge rests. And what Baldwin, like how he goes about it is, his formulation of knowledge is that his formulation of like what we are saying, the Baldwinian science, is really that knowledge of the self must contain the other. And this is, I think there's a lot to think about it, because this is the question of the observer and the observed, and this crisis that we have talked about before, which like this crisis that is faced in science. And Baldwin can, his answer to this is that this is a consequence of a fundamental flaw in the thought of Europe, which does not see the possibility of the other. And I think this is really a consequence of the discovery of the individual, which does come from Europe. It is a contribution. And what Baldwin helps us identify is the limitations of, is the limitation of this thought, where the self and the other are perpetually to be seen as, as excluded. But what Baldwin has to offer us, I think, is that the knowledge of the self, which contains the other, it comes at a price. The price is that we can no longer condemn man. We can no longer, this is how he talks about, we can get into that later, how he talks about salvation, for instance, that the only thing it offers us is that we can no longer condemn man. So we can no longer use knowledge to look down on man. And I think like what I want to end on is, I think being able to see the other in the self, as Baldwin formulates this, can be the way forward to actually find moral meaning, to find an answer to the question that Dostoevsky sets, that which enlightenment does not offer us. So I'd like to end there.
So I think I think a lot of what we've been discussing is the crisis of Western civilization, and I think that the creative resolution of this civilizational crisis lies in the creation of a new human being. And I think part of, I'm thinking of how quite to investigate this or probe this. I think that's part of what the panel will do, but I think we need to talk about the criteria for what this new human being is, but also, I think in Baldwin's language, to find a new language to describe this type of human being, because this will not be a Western individual human being. I want to propose that this will be a civilizational human being, and this is actually the revolutionary task or the revolutionary demand of the American people. And our inheritance will be the Black proletariat, it will be Baldwin, it will be Du Bois. But I want to talk a little bit about the Western individual versus this idea of a civilizational human being. And I think the distinction is the way that each of these respective personalities engages with history. And I think this is, as we've been pointing to a lot throughout the symposium, what is so paradoxical about the Western bourgeois concept of liberty or freedom, where you're free to achieve whatever sort of life that you have conceived for yourself, but something is so unfulfilling, and I think it's because you have not yoked your life, or you have not assumed a role on the stage of world history. And I think it's a paradox in a way, because I wouldn't say that people necessarily felt this way 100 or 150 years ago, when so much of, let's say even this country was, maybe you can say, had not entered an epoch of modernity, where you could actually conceive of yourself, broadly people would conceive of themselves as capable, as agents of history, essentially. And I'll even just give a concrete example. My parents, who led very provincial lives, and for their consciousness that was satisfactory to an extent. But I think it's very different for the American people now, where without being yoked to history, something is absent, like that contradiction becomes private and interior, and it is felt. And I say this to say that the American people are on the cusp of becoming a civilizational people, but also it's this striving, like you see this striving in the American people. And I think to get there and to land there, what is needed is a way and the clarity to make the moral choice to become yoked to history. And I feel I'm trying to find a way to articulate it appropriately, but I think a lot of this also has to do with the civil rights movement and with King, but also with the anti-colonial struggles of the 20th century and the Black freedom movement in this country, where the American people became a part of world history, whether or not they knew it, and their lives became yoked to the historical development of the world. And it's almost like the other side of that dialectic is begging to be restored. And history needs to enter back into the consciousness of the American. And I think this is what we've seen, for example, with the students, where they only have found a certain catharsis or a certain confidence by existentially seeing what their connection is to the world situation, precisely what's happening in Gaza, Palestine. And I think this will be developed through the conversation. The assert is that this vital key to the renewal of a dying mythic idea of American as a white Western civilization rests at the altar of the creation of a new human being. The human being has taken on and elevated a heightened importance as the key, like the vital key to this crisis.
A quote from In the Souls of Black Folk, Spiritual Strivings. Du Bois writes, after the Egyptian and Indian, the Greek and the Roman, the Teuton and Mongolian, the Negro is a sort of seventh son, born with a veil, and gifted with second sight in this American world, a world which yields him no true self-consciousness, but only lets him see himself through the revelation of the other world. It is a peculiar sensation, this double consciousness, the sense of always looking at oneself through the eyes of others, of measuring one's soul by the tape of a world that looks on in amused contempt and pity. One ever feels his two-ness, an American, a Negro, two souls, two thoughts, two unreconciled strivings, two warring ideals in one dark body, whose dogged strength alone keeps it from being torn asunder. And I also wanted to read from Of the Sorrow Songs, The Cross of the Redemption, an essay Baldwin originally wrote towards James Lincoln Collier's The Making of Jazz in 1979. He writes, this music, jazz, begins on the auction block. Now, whoever's unable to face this, the auction block, whoever cannot see that the auction block is the demolition by Europe of all human standards, a demolition accomplished, furthermore, at that hour of the world's history in the name of civilization. Whoever pretends that the slave mother does not weep until this hour for her daughter or for her slaughtered son, that the son does not weep for his slaughtered father, or whoever pretends that the white father did not literally, and knowing what he was doing, hang and burn and castrate his black son. Whoever cannot face this can never pay the price for the beef, which is the key,
to music and the key to life. Music is our witness and our ally. The beat is a confession which recognizes, changes, and conquers time. Then history becomes a garment we can wear and share, and not a cloak in which to hide, and time becomes a friend. And after I read that, I thought about this song that Baldwin also writes in the Uses of the Blues, of a Bessie Smith song, Good Morning Blues. Blues, how do you do? I'm doing all right. Good morning, how are you? And originally, I wanted to bring up something about Black Reconstruction. But what I wanted to start with is the nature of the novels, the essay, poetry, and sociology. Key term, like language, like the language. And then I also wanted to point out the political basis of philosophy towards freedom and emancipation through the enslaved proletariat. The enslaved proletariat being a specific category and concept. And lastly, the historical and spiritual strivings, meaning the ever-presence of the slave or the enslaved proletariat, the man attempting freedom and emancipation, and the African, or what you already have pointed out to Michelle, the civilizational nature of the human being. Because the reason why I wanted to bring up Black Reconstruction is to get back at what I was pointing out about the music, and also point out how it's possible to have a history like this, have a history in America like this. And what Du Bois is responding to in the chapter where he writes about South Carolina, which is the years where blacks outnumbered whites, and the will of the mass of black labor modified by their own and other leaders, dimmed by the ignorance and inexperience and uncertainty, dictated the form and methods of government. He's responding to a historical narrative that assumed that after 1868 or after the Civil War, that there was industrial anarchy, or the white ruling class at the particular time was not really wanting to be, in essence, under a good government that were leading, that blacks. And the only thing I really wanted to also point out in that is also a quote that Du Bois brings in, coming at this question of civilization that you had already mentioned, Michelle. And he said, "There is no question now that Congress did a monstrous thing and committed a great political error, if not a sin, in the creation of this new electorate. It was a great wrong to civilization to put the white race of the South under the dominance of the Negro race. The claim that there is nothing in the color of skin from the point of view of political ethics is a great sophism. A black skin means membership in a race of men which has never itself succeeded in subjecting passion to reason, has never therefore created any civilization of any kind. Meanwhile, in that 8 years of power, schoolhouses were established, charitable institutions built, and maintained the penitentiary system provided for education of the deaf, dumb, and blind, jailhouses, and like there was a system that both dealt with the state of South Carolina, dealt with the relationship between the people and the government in an honest political way. And I wanted to point this situation out to say something about whence you came, where you come from, and where do the songs come from, which both Baldwin and Du Bois deal with. And I wanted to just say that it's rather about the fact that there is this new human here today, in essence. And almost every definition or everything, like you had said about science or what we're saying about art, depends upon the nature of that new human being that already took place.
This is a very hard act to follow as well. And I really also wanted to just add a few things that this made me think about. Just to add on to, I feel like what I think Serafina, you had started also with Black Reconstruction. Actually, one of the things I really actually wish I had prepared just a little bit more before entering this panel is actually thinking a little bit more about Du Bois's exploration of civilization as well through his World in Africa, which he had written directly after World War II. And we've been returning to that moment in a very interesting way, but mostly because I think it was one of what he called the collapse of Europe, and what he wanted to understand was how did this happen? Just as those other the crop of academics from that time, but instead of looking to something like the failure of Marxism or the failure of this, he actually goes all the way back to the transatlantic slave trade, and that being, of course, the creation of this current moment, or even the birth of Western modernity or Western civilization. And I say all that to say, and I'm trying to, I think, pull together a lot of different strands here, and I'm hoping that it'll all add towards what we're talking about, but at the moment, it's all rushing through my head, so I apologize if this all comes kind of in all these excessive thoughts that might not seem so connected, but I want to return to it personally because I think it was also one of my first conversations when I joined the reading group on Cornell's campus, where for the first time I actually started taking this concept of civilization seriously. And it was really nobody other than Du Bois who could really, as a person who myself was acquainted with, as I was discussing yesterday, Chinese civilization, that category hadn't made any sense or had any appeal to me by the time I reached Cornell. And strangely enough, why should that have been? But really getting to read or learn from, the Free School, and I believe that's the same year that, the Free School was doing the year of Gandhi as well. This concept of civilization is very, very important. But I think I'm just sort of trying to also start to wrap my head around what a Du Bois and Baldwin synthesis really looks like, and to me, I'm trying to try to see ways for myself to personally make sense of it through kind of bookending it by what exactly went into the birth of this historical moment of the age of Europe. And then by the time Baldwin is writing and we find ourselves here, how does he point this way out? And so I'm going to try in real time to piece this together. Unfortunately, I don't have a copy of The World in Africa on me, but I do have some quotes that I pulled up in our study guide or notes from when we were doing our study of The World in Africa, because it was so viscerally coming up in this conversation that we're having in real time. So, the way Du Bois writes this book, I feel like even the chapter titles really even matter. The very first chapter, The Collapse of Europe, 2, The White Masters of the World, 3, The Rape of Africa. And so just making sense of, I think it's also interesting to find the ways in which Du Bois also uses language to describe some of the same things Baldwin writes about in American society, not being able to recognize the black man, the other, that in this society, everybody, who comes to these shores recognizes in the back of their head, if they're not black, the idea of whiteness being, at least I am not black, but the way that Du Bois writes about this as part of the beginnings of Western civilization is also really interesting just to juxtapose. But maybe I'll start to read a few passages and try to point out where I'm really thinking about this. But to start, Du Bois is very thorough in trying to describe, like even in his study of the collapse of Europe, he essentially is doing a civilizational study of the collapse of Europe. And so in this first chapter he writes, the rebirth of civilization in Europe began in the 15th century. Now he's thinking, I think, about this Renaissance and the very beginnings of science and art and literature of that era, leaving the era of like the Dark Ages and the suppression of the individual under the church. But he says, at this time, African and Asiatic civilizations far outstripped that of Europe, but it was here that the rape of Africa began and transformed the world. But that same chapter he's asking, I think he's returning to that question of World War II and what exactly happened there. And the collapse of Europe is to us more astounding because of the boundless faith which we had had in European civilization. We had long believed, without argument or reflection, that the cultural status of the people of Europe and out of North America represented not only the best civilization which the world had ever known, but also a goal of human effort destined to go from triumph to triumph until the perfect accomplishment was reached. Our present nervous breakdown, so describing the climate immediately after World War II, nameless fear and often despair comes from the sudden facing of this faith with calamity. Just also Du Bois and his concept of crisis too. And so, let me see. Yeah, and so describing within, okay, one more quote, I apologize, there's so many here. But yeah, within less than half a century of this magnificent self-worshipping structure had crashed into earth. So describing, I think, that the peak at which I think European civilization had reached in those 50 years right before World War II. He said, why was this? It was from no lack of power, though power of white Europe and North America was unquestionable. If science dominated the scientific thought of the world, the only writing of literature was that of English and French writers, of Germans and Italians, with some recognition of writers in Spain and the United States. The Christian religion as represented by the Catholic Church and the leading Protestant religion as represented by their respective denominations was the only system of belief recognized as real religion. Mohammedans, like I think that's what Muslims were called until more recently, Buddhists, Shintoists, all others were considered heathen. And so I just wanted to start there and then pull just a few more quotes. I know I'm reading a lot and I'm not quite connecting everything as well as I'd like to.
Maybe you can come back to some of them.
Okay.
And then we can, move the conversation forward.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So, I think a lot of issues have already been put on the table. And, where I want to start off the discussion is, what you were saying, Serafina, and what Kathie, you brought in. What is the synthesis?
Right.
Where we started off with the James Baldwin synthesis. And, you were talking about the music and how they both look at the music. And so, I wanted to address this question of, what you said, Doc, that they're both philosophers, but they're not the same. And so maybe can we think a little bit more about what does the synthesis do? Because to be honest with you, sometimes you read The Voice, you get the historical, the sociological, the autobiographical, you're like, what else is left to be done? So, if you could just think a little bit more about how they complete each other.
Yeah. Yeah, this is it's a very important question. We'll try to work it out over time. I would just add, Du Bois was also a logician. He thought and wrote about logics. In fact, one of the things I think that we can draw from Black Reconstruction in America is that he replaces or displaces binary dialectics with what we might call trialectics. The Marxists, and from, Marx gets it from Hegel, the movement of history is through dialectics, the struggles of twos, and a new synthesis emerges. Du Bois, looking concretely at the US situation, saw the class structure as more triadic than dyadic, threes rather than twos, and that's where you get the black proletariat as a category of class reality. If you just do Marxism, you don't get it. Now, I think that what Baldwin gets to is what Du Bois didn't, and that is the depth and complexity of the interior life. Right. And the concept, not just that all interior lives are the same, but that what was this fictional, quote, Negro problem, Baldwin resituates it as a white problem, and not just a white problem, a pathology. And how is this pathology, which is a social pathology, transformed? Du Bois, on the other hand, in Souls of Black Folk, is defending black people and black civilization. In fact, he speaks even as early as 1897 in an essay entitled The Conservation of Races, that Africa and Afro-America were civilizations in potentiality, civilizations in becoming. I think by the time Baldwin writes, it is apparent, abundantly so, that this is Michelle's point, and Serafina, that not only is a new civilization possible, but necessary. That there's something, and I'll just end on this, there's a thing in Marx, I think in the Communist Manifesto, where he talks about either society moves forward or it reaches a point of stagnation where you will have, and these are his words, the ruin of all classes, which is another way of talking about the ruin of society itself. I think this is why I think for us, Baldwin becomes so important because of his understanding of the urgency of this problem, that either there is movement forward to the new or there will be a destruction of society itself. In Du Bois's articulation of this possibility, it is the possibility of world war and the idea or the reality that the ruling class of the United States was quite happy to take humanity to the precipice, to the moment of threatening, just threatening destruction, first of Asia. With this, we will drop nuclear, we will do to China what we did to Japan, and even worse. We will do to North Korea what we propose to do to China. And then, of course, we're back to that right now. So I think this question of civilization is tied up with peace. In the case of China, the new is being constructed in this, well, what we talked about in free school, this triad of the state, the party, and civilization, which the West protests goes against liberal democracy, as though that is democracy or the end of democratic discussion.
Well, I think to add, I think that the Du Bois Baldwin synthesis is a synthesis of law and chance. And the way I regard Du Bois is more as a theorist of law, and what I mean by that is he articulates or investigates the logic of the logics of social and historical development. And I think that, well, this is why I also say it's a synthesis or a dialectic. I think that Baldwin and Du Bois both engage with law and chance, but I think that Du Bois specializes in law and then Baldwin specializes in chance, where he's able to probe the unique role that the human being and the creative and original choices that the human being alone can make also moves history forward, or also moves a civilization, or the historical development of a civilization forward. And I think that Baldwin especially is a very modern thinker, I kind of want to like focus on that word modern, or what it means that he's a modern thinker, because also this is related to what you're saying, Tony, but if Du Bois, I think, establishes a defense or a centrality of the Black proletariat in the American revolutionary process, but I think it's with Baldwin that he achieves this unassailable quality that I am the Black proletariat, that I can be somehow, that the American people making a particular set of choices can, I mean, he said it in the videos that we watched, that the future of this nation is precisely as bright or dark as that of the American Negro. And there's something about, I feel like the synthesis explains something about this transition, either from law into chance, or from a defense of the Black proletariat into an embodiment or a becoming of the Black proletariat, or the Black proletariat moving from the specific to the general, to the concrete universal. But I think I also wanted to bring up, connected to what you had said, Kathie, when you described the collapse of Europe, that's such a Du Boisian formulation in my mind. But I think what is such a Baldwinian formulation of a similar idea, and it incorporates also the passage of time between these two formulations, is we have survived the last white nation. And I think the key word there is actually survival. And this also gets back to how I think Baldwin engages uniquely with the creation of a modern human being that is able to engage with the world situation and how it has impacted the human being at a new level of complexity that maybe even Du Bois had not been able to fully investigate in his lifetime. So I think to maybe add a question to your question is, if we're talking about a Du Bois and Baldwin synthesis, would we say that one in particular, I forget exactly what the term for this is, but is the leading? Yes, is the leading element in the synthesis. Does Du Bois capture Baldwin, or does Baldwin capture Du Bois more fully? Who integrates who and how?
No, that's the questions that I have in my head, because one is the place that we're saying is modern. Where does the modernity start? And then meaning like, because I think that I'm not trying to make things complicated, but I was also thinking about how when I had mentioned Black Reconstruction to Raju also asked me about the methods, which you might have wanted to ask right now, but I wanted to bring it up now, the methods between Baldwin and the methods that Du Bois used. And the method also considers the philosophical, the political, like the political science, whatever it is. And it considers, like you had said, the passage of time and how that passage of time, how Du Bois related to that passage of time, as well as how Baldwin related to this time. Because I think another thing that I have a question that I'll point back to Doc about is when you had mentioned the political context that allows for this Du Bois-Baldwin synthesis. Because the other question is, why not Du Bois King Baldwin? Why Du Bois Baldwin? In essence, also to the similarities in my head, or the challenges basically that Du Bois was confronting. Also that in the same way that Baldwin was confronting in his novels, I think Du Bois was confronting in his novels. I don't think that without Du Bois's sociological and scientific work could his novels then also be written. So
I agree with that.
And the reason why I bring that up is because Emily and Meghna got me reading the Black Flame trilogy. And in the Black Flame trilogy, Du Bois is, obviously using Black Reconstruction in talking about this character Mansart. Mansart is a Black slave, or started out as a slave, and he becomes a union leader whom has to talk to this this landowner. And there's also a white poor man named Scroggs that has to talk to the same landowner about a political relationship in a, also a new kind of time, right? And the thing that is so interesting about that dynamic alone is what we were talking about, having to deal with, or what Emily had brought up earlier about having to deal with this thing about the individual, how the problem of race, or the fact that another man is not a man, is also inside you and affects you. And it's that human thing that's inside, inner and outer, which is something to also discuss. But what I wanted to get to is how Mansart in the army shoots a white man because he didn't listen. The white man was coming up right to Mansart, and Mansart was like, "Where are you coming?" You know what I mean? Because he was supposed to protect the, I guess where people were staying or sleeping or whatever. Guy comes up, and this is the first time that Mansart not only shoots a gun, but he shoots a white man. And then after his involvement in the army, he is able to own land, but the government takes his land. And then there's a line that Du Bois puts in, "Nobody knows the troubles I've seen," and that's whence the song comes from, or whatever. So I only bring that up to say something about how Du Bois also deals with that inner problem. Maybe not in the sense of what we think of as the modern Baldwin and the dynamics between a person in another country, or even just above my head in 1970s. But there's that similar dynamic of question, how you deal with the problem. Yeah, take that mic. I want to turn it off.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to a part of the question you were asking, Raju. So, when we think of Baldwin and Du Bois, I was also thinking of, the question of how both of them talk about the sorrow songs and blues. But, and the thing that Michelle and Serafina were bringing up, this question of the question of Du Bois as the sociologist, the scientist, and then Baldwin as really talking about, the province of the individual will, as he puts it. And I was thinking of how, 1903, or roughly that's the time when he writes Souls. 1903 and 1963, I think they are very different times, which sometimes is, difficult to make sense of. And first of all, 70% of the world was colonized. When we talk about civilization at that point in 1903, we can't really talk about, I don't think we could talk about the civilization as sustained by ideas like we can talk about today. I don't think we could talk about it in that sense, where the question of people, as the way you were saying, Doc, when Du Bois writes Conservation of Races, it's first a defense of civilization. He sees the idea of race as a civilization, and I think it required the half century for there to be a Baldwin, where he talks about, where he can really talk about the question of what this means for the individual human personality. And in some ways, I think the progress, for instance, for the lack of a better word, from the time of Du Bois to the time of Baldwin, where the central question facing the oppressed people of the world and of Black America, the progress that, the darker people of the world, so to speak, the progress that they have seen, it must be, I think, compared with the time that Europe took to come from the question of 30, 40, 60 years of war to the question of the individual, to the question of the modern search for meaning. So when we talk about Baldwin, I think what we're also saying is, yes, Baldwin, like Baldwin, or to think about the world like Baldwin does, needs the social science of Du Bois in order to get to that stage. It's not, yeah, I think I see it a little different from how we talk about the Du Bois and Lenin synthesis. Because I don't think one is I don't think moving forward, I don't think, okay, to make it very concrete, I don't think Baldwin can be fully understood without Du Bois. And, we see the evidence of that everywhere. We see the evidence of that, how Baldwin is very easily, he can be seen as, like a queer thinker, he can be seen as a gay black man, he can be seen as, everyone's favorite theorist, like everyone's favorite artist, until you come to the question of what he means to you and what he means to how you live your life. And I wanted to bring this up because this shows that I think when we talk about the synthesis, we're trying to see where the two of them take us together. And for instance, the whole the symposium, even the fact that we can think of the crisis of knowledge and that knowledge is necessary to move to move history forward in this time and to be able to see, and that's what I wanted to put in. And the other thing I wanted to mention regarding the question of the sorrow songs and the blues is I just wanted to quickly mention that how Du Bois talks about the sorrow songs as I think he talks about it. I think he uses the phrase a rhythmic narrative.
Of a disappointed people.
Yes, that's right, of a people. And how Baldwin is able to see this, how he sees the Negro problem as not even okay, yes, it's not a Negro problem, it's a white problem, but then he's saying that in order to be able to see, in order to be able to get to the heart of the question, you have to see that this is not a problem of a race, but a problem of a person. You have to be able to see what it means to be a black man before you can see what it means to be a black people. And I think this distinction is what Serafina and Michelle were also talking about, when talking about the sociological and the human.
Wait, can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just real quick, because the other thing that I was thinking about is the sentence structure with Du Bois and Baldwin. Meaning, there's also something about how the rhythmic narratives of a people are embedded also into the thinking, the mind, like we were talking about, the region of the mind, the consciousness. That both Du Bois and Baldwin are continuations or because of. You know what I mean? They're both involved in this human striving against slavery, which also contextualizes what the civilizational quality is, or the poetry, or whatever. So I just wanted to say that because I think what is interesting about reading Du Bois and Baldwin is that they do not depend upon a Western or white framework of writing or, the same thinking.
No, go ahead.
I turned it off. Oh, okay. I keep doing that.
That's okay. I think that there's just one more parallel that popped into my head between Du Bois and Baldwin, and I'd like to keep this concise just so that I can sort of contain my thinking at the moment, but I think one element I think that they both, I think, emphasize very much that I feel like I've learned a great deal from is their writings on children, or how much children matter in their conception of what it means to also be a human being. And I think when I bring this up, not just to be like, oh, children, but to say it's your capacity to love the human being, to love and to be able to cherish humanity and to cherish every child. Baldwin's known, of course, nowadays with the genocide in Gaza, it's the first time I'm seeing, or a lot of us are pointing out that we're just seeing people reposting quotes Baldwin has put, especially around children. So I mean, from his notes on a house of bondage, like the idea that the children are always ours, every single one of them, all over the globe. And I am beginning to suspect that whoever is incapable of recognizing this may be incapable of morality. And so it just pairs or like clearly resonates so strongly with what Du Bois says about the immortal child from his, I think it's Dusk of Dawn, am I right? And it's a remarkable essay, of course, but it starts with the passage, "If a man should die, shall he live again? We do not know, but this we do know, that our children's children live forever and grow and develop towards perfection as they are trained. All human problems, then, center in the immortal child and his education is the problem of problems. And first, for illustration of what I would say, may I not take, for example, out of many millions, the life of one dark child?" And just, I know the way they write, or you know, the complexities of course, James Baldwin reflecting on his own upbringings, and Harlem, his own experience raising pretty much all of his siblings, and what it means to be a black child. And of course, you know, we talk about what it means to have Du Bois and Baldwin, their lives separated by many different, almost, decades, but also very different moment. But I just wanted to bring that up because I do think maybe one of the things we could explore is also how love and the human, and humanity, love for humanity, factor into both of their thinkings. Distinct, but also I think very, a strong commonality.
Right, and I think, I think what you're saying is important, given, what Sambarta said about the passage of time, and particularly I think we're discussing the synthesis in this time. And, at a time when sections of the ruling elite are imagining a transhuman, an anti-human future, this panel is talking about the human future. What earlier on something, that Michelle and Sambarta, you were saying, the Enlightenment coming up with the idea for the rational individual. But then at this time, what you termed as a civilizational human, but the human being in a complex modern society. And, I just wanted to put in something King said, which we often quote, that students protesting, I can never be what I ought to be until you are what you ought to be. So this process of becoming a human in a modern society and how that's different from the rational individual. That's where I think the concept of love also comes in. So if you could just respond to that, and then we can also take in comments from the audience.
Well, it's not really a response to, it's not an answer, but I think what you're saying, this quote really makes it very clear why, for instance, why, how 6 months back when we had this, conference studying in Henry Winston and celebration of his 50 years of the strategy for the Black Agenda, we were talking about, the ways or the categories of a revolutionary science required for this time. And we came up with, we were talking about the rational individual, the rational scientific category, but then we talk about the revolutionary and moral imperative.
Right.
And I think, the thing is, I think there's a distinction that we were making when, because we were using both words, like the revolutionary and the moral. And I think the reason to do it is because in today's world, it's impossible to just be a moral human being. And, I think this has something to do with what you're saying, the connection, the interconnectedness of the world, where simply being a moral individual does not move the world forward. That's why a revolutionary cannot simply be a moral person. So there's something more.
Yes.
And, I just wanted to say, because I think this makes the question larger, that, this is why the task of the revolutionary is to, identify the moral imperative, but then there is more. There is the question of, there's knowledge, the question of the knowledge of the interconnectedness of the world. I just wanted to say that.
Sure.
Well, I think the
Yeah, turn off.
the composition of this modern human being, and I think how I think the return or the source, it always leads back to actually what you had brought up, the blues and the sorrow songs, and something that the Black proletariat began is a little bit of what I want to talk about. And actually my mind goes back to what we had already been talking about in this conference about how the Black proletariat is, I mean, Baldwin said he contained the key to America's future, but increasingly I think the Black proletariat or the blues contains the key to the world future. And I'm still trying to wrap my head around why, but I know that part of it is because, and I think maybe Nandita, you had said this yesterday, but it's the American Negro that was the first modern colored people. And yesterday when we were talking about China and Taiwan, I couldn't stop thinking about how even the resolution of the Taiwanese people, I think, leads back to the Black proletariat because, yes, because they have become a mythic nation, a nation that has been based on a myth that has been imposed by white Western civilization. And there is no antidote to that besides the black human being. I mean,
so profound.
And they will have to find that probably through Asians in the West, for example. But I think King and Baldwin, they allude like to this new human being in a lot of different ways. Like I think of that King speech where he talks about how in the morning, by the time you've had your coffee, you've already traversed the world. Your coffee came from Ethiopia, your soap came from here, and I forget exactly what comes from where, but this is the world that we have inherited, and this is also the type of human being that, without striving to achieve, I think we feel that the loss of. Like I feel like this striving is so essential to the American identity, like the new American identity. There's something else I want to say, but I think we've come, as people, as Americans, we've inherited a world that is so touched by world humanity and world civilization in a way that is usually obscured and not articulated to us. And yeah, someone else can go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I find it very fascinating what you said about Taiwan.
Okay.
We could probably say South Korea, maybe parts of the Philippines, because more than military occupation or economic domination, I think, and this is new, and this is why I think Sambarta is right, that it would take the 60 years between the publication of Souls of Black Folk and maybe the novel.
The Fire Next Time.
Yes, The Fire Next Time, let us say, the book of essays. But what else has changed since then is that colonialism is now more dependent upon the psychological and ideological control and the reinvention of a, I hope you don't mind me putting it this way, a pathology.
Yes.
At least I got this in Kathie's description of her recent trip to China, that there's something pathological in this over-identification with the white West and a kind of not liking your brothers and sisters right across the Taiwan Straits. Well, let me just say one other thing. Or the North-South Korea, where you love, let me just talk ghetto talk. You love the white man, but you can't love your Korean sister and brother right across an artificially drawn line. Something has happened in the mentality and the thinking. Crystal, do you mind if I just talk about our experience? Crystal is Chinese, and her ancestors are from the People's Republic of China. And in fact, her great-grandparents had participated in the Chinese Revolution. But as is the case in many revolutions, there are periods of chaos and excesses. And as I read it, her parents were the victims of some of the excesses. And thus her grandparents and parents left China, went through Hong Kong, and ended up in the United States. And the question that Crystal and I have been discussing is, well, what do you do now? Do you overly focus upon the trauma that happened a couple generations ago? Or do you move forward? And how does a family, immigrants from China who had participated in the revolution, what do they do here? And I think this is your point, Michelle. I think it's the same problem that white America faces. How do you see black people? Or can you see black people? And if you don't see black people, where do you go? And I made the statement, we were talking, several of us, and I said any Chinese person who cannot be proud of the achievements of the People's Republic of China is a self-hating coon. Now that's hard language. I apologize to her because I thought I should, because it's personal, it's family and other things. But to use that language is to use the language that we black people use towards other black people. We've prettified it in the recent years. We call them the Black Misleadership class. Back in the days, we called them self-hating coons and bootlickers. But there is something in this whole mix of not being able to recognize the advancement of a civilization that produced you. In spite of the trauma that came with the process. Now I think, and I'll end here, I said to Crystal, there will be a reconciliation, and I believe the current government, the Xi Jinping government of China, will reconcile with those victims of the Chinese Revolution, the victims of the excesses of the Chinese Revolution. And they were mainly individuals in the process of lifting an entire civilization. But that's why, I think your point is well taken. And I think for Taiwan, I think for South Korea, I think for immigrants from China who cannot reconcile with China, if you are here, it is the same question that is for white America. How will you connect to what Baldwin said? I am the door through which you must go. It's not an I am that door. I'm sorry.
No. I think just to add a little bit more, I liked this formulation of 1903 to 1963 because I think part of what we're talking about now is 60 years later, in 2023, 2024, how has the synthesis crossed like that territory of the last 60 years? And I think part of what needs to be said is that the new human being, the modern human being, is a black human being. And I think it has to do with what you articulated in terms of how the last 60 years have been characterized by, on a global scale, like a global distortion that has come with like the hegemony of mythic Western ideology. And the only antidote to that ideology has always been a human antidote, which is the blues, and the creation of a human being that is able to assert its humanity and a new ideal of freedom and democracy under the most tightened grip of that same mythic ideology that the white human being, like the Western conception of democracy is superior.
May I just ask Michelle a question? Would you then say, Amiri Baraka's book, Blues People, in a certain cultural civilizational sense, we must all become blues people?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, because I think this is connected to the second panel yesterday when we talked about the distinction between taking your role in a society versus discovering your place, or maybe it was the opposite. Taking your place versus discovering your role. I mean, the key difference is responsibility, right? Taking on the inheritance of the assumptions that have been put before you versus becoming what King called the transformed nonconformist and bending the world around a new set of assumptions. And I think one of the key formulations in that book, which Kathie brought up yesterday, is when he talks about when the African first came to the shores of America, and he was an African, but within a few generations, whether or not he liked it, he was an American. He became an American when he said, well, basically when he began to develop the blues and to say, do you remember exactly what that line was?
I'm tired of this mess, oh Lord.
It was a moral thing. It was the slave saying, whether I like it or not, I now have a stake in this land, and now this land is my land too. It's gonna take me a second to exactly nail what I'm trying to say, but I think it's this role of discovery or inheriting, that creates a modern people, which is a blues people.
No worry.
Go ahead.
Questions, yeah.
Okay, so then maybe we can, open it up to people in the audience. Anybody would like to, yeah, go ahead. You want to come up to the mic?
No, you have to come up to the mic. No, you know exception. Come up to the mic, Robert.
I would say, ask and put out there that I think when we talk about the future of humanity, and particularly to the degree that's captured in music, I think blues is certainly the basis of it, but I think the future of it is jazz. And I think the very definition of it and the very basis of jazz being improvisation means that it's always new, it's always recreated, and you can't get away from it. It's always going to be the essential thing that's going on in terms of music going forward. And no matter how many times people want to write this out and talk about it, and it's dead and all that, it keeps coming back in so many different forms. And so, I just wanted to throw that out there, not to degrade or take for granted the essence of jazz and how it's still propelling things going forward, innovation and improvisation. And I've got to sit back.
I thought I was jumping in front of the line.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hotep again. Hotep, by the way, is just a word that means transcendental peace, not just peace. Transcendental peace. That's the highest thing we can actually worship those. He got to talking about jazz, and I just wanted to kick in. The that jazz happens to be the most sophisticated musical art form on the planet. That was created by some people that had their culture totally stolen from them. And in the spiritual void that was left, that spiritual void was a mother of the invention of that music. And not to get too deep on that, because we talked a whole lot about that in the past. But I was thinking about James Baldwin, and in listening at him, what was coming to me, he was somebody that dared to be himself all the time. And my personal experience with that is that when I force myself to be myself, even if I can't be my best self, when I force myself to be myself all the time, I get better and better at being my better self, with the goal that I'll never reach of being my best self. And each human being, I believe this, and I'm saying believe to respect somebody that would have a different view, but I actually feel like I know. But I feel that every human being is a perfect microcosm of God in the universe. Just like every element in the universe is in your body. And for that reason, nobody's better than anyone else. Just like if God or the universe or nature or however you want to conceptualize it goes on creating human beings into infinity, none will ever be the same, just like nobody will ever have the same fingerprint. So no matter what you know, no matter what your status is, no matter what kind of money you got, nothing matters. You're not better than the other person. The difference I have found in humans is that some of us find out, become conscious of what we are endowed with, and allow the conscious awareness of that to transform our being. And then we serve it we switch gears and serve it to the community and the world. And the energy I was getting from listening to James Baldwin is that he was a person that did that. And I think being yourself is as good as it gets. I believe that the only people that really find love and understanding are people that dare to be themselves. Because if you really, really be yourself all the time, you're not going to have anybody around you or wanting to be around you that doesn't love you or is attracted to you or all of that kind of good stuff. So not to get too deep, but I tend to live on the deep side or whatever. Sometimes you don't really want to talk, you just want to listen, because when you're talking, you're not listening at and considering all the other energies and things that people are saying or whatever. But that's what I was kind of like sort of feeling. So that's it.
Sean, you go ahead.
So I'm very happy to be a part of this discussion, and I think that in thinking about, so I've been thinking about this Du Bois-Baldwin synthesis for a while now, and in thinking about that, a way to put them together, the first thing that comes to mind is when I read Souls of Black Folk, and I thought it was an extremely historically accurate, sociologically accurate description of the social conditions that shape a historic category of people, the Black proletariat. And in thinking about Baldwin, I read Baldwin and I accepted him at a time that was when I was ready for it, I guess. And then in reading him, I realized that he he doesn't entirely complete Du Bois. That's what I was thinking about in the previously, that he doesn't complete Du Bois. He builds on him though. He does build on him in the same way that we build on Baldwin. So I think that Baldwin is to Du Bois as what we are to Baldwin. And I can say this because it's what Sambarta said about time and 1903, 1963, and now we are here in 2024, you know. And I think that Baldwin has been building on Du Bois through time in this dialectical relationship, as we have been building Baldwin through time. And you know, there's a part of a Baldwin speech that lives rent-free in my head, and I have constantly thought about it, and I have not managed to make a lot of sense of it. Maybe till now, which is in his debate against William Buckley, Baldwin says, and I quote, "I mean this in all seriousness, and this is not an overstatement. I picked the cotton, and I carried it to the railroad, and I carried it to market, and I built the railroads under someone else's whip for nothing. For nothing." And you know, you tend to think, what does he mean by that? But I feel like I understand a little bit more now how Baldwin is saying that the experiences of the black man has persevered through time, and what he is today what he was in Baldwin's time is a reflection of what happened in Du Bois' time, and what is happening now is a reflection of what happened in Baldwin's time, and what needs to happen next, going forward. The new black man, the new universal concrete human being, has to build on Baldwin and Du Bois.
It's so interesting.
Next.
You go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to also build on the conversation as well about the Du Bois-Baldwin synthesis and the question of the relationship between them. Because I was also, yeah, this is building on what you guys were saying, but I was thinking in particular about like this question of form and method. Because I think to me it seems interesting and potentially important that although like both Baldwin and Du Bois are philosophers, Du Bois starts especially as a scientist and a sociologist and historian, and then he moves later in his life towards the novel, towards like poetry, and then he kind of does all of them all at once. Whereas Baldwin starts explicitly as an artist, and then he moves towards his own kind of sociology. I don't know if that's like it's probably not as simple as that, but that was something I was thinking about, and I would be curious to hear if you guys have thoughts about that. And then the other question that we've been talking about for the past 2 days is this question of autobiography. And it reminded me of actually something that Nuri had pointed out to me once, where I think this was like both in like Chinese, at least in Chinese and Korean, like kind of ancient culture, the concept of a historian was very different from the concept that we have of a historian, in which the historian was not actually writing about the past, but they were recording what was happening for the future. And I wanted to just bring that up because it's almost like that's how I also am trying to interpret like what we mean when we say both, well, especially Baldwin, but also Du Bois writing an autobiography in which it's almost like you're writing like the present day history as it's happening, but that you're also introducing into the mix something which was not present, and even like the kind of like Asian civilizational tradition, but the question of like subjectivity, and the question of like the human. But I was thinking about that, and then I guess the main question I wanted to get to was, Kathie mentioned this, but I feel like out of Baldwin, Du Bois, King, right now it seems that Baldwin is the figure who is emerging the most, just from what I've seen, especially on social media, especially in relation to the genocide in Gaza, in which, people will often, they'll quote King, they'll quote Du Bois, but for some reason I think Baldwin has emerged in this particular moment. And I've been thinking about why, and this is also my question, but to me, some initial thoughts I had was, one, obviously Baldwin is the most recent, but that also means that he's dealing in particular with almost this present stage of the crisis of the West. But I think even more than that, I think part of what I feel the reason why Baldwin speaks to this moment to people is that Baldwin, I think people feel instinctively that Baldwin speaks for them. Baldwin speaks for us, for humanity. And I don't know, but I'm trying to make sense of it, so I was curious about what you guys think in terms of why does it seem like Baldwin is resonating, especially today, in this time? And I don't know if that has implications then for, the Du Bois Baldwin synthesis, whether there's a leading edge to that synthesis, but that was just an observation that I feel like a lot of us have also been making. There seems to be kind of a resurgence of Baldwin in the general culture, not just in the United States, but also around the world.
Does anyone else want to? I think
another question.
Well, I was just going to bring in to respond to Jeremiah's question that not too long ago we started talking about Baldwin as a witness. A witness, and also the idea of not just, because I was writing down a historian's sort of like a witness too, and then I crossed it out and said, no, he's a witness for, because I think we had made that distinction in a previous free school conversation. And then,
what is the distinction? What's the difference?
Ooh. Well, I feel like it has something a little to do with what Jeremiah started speaking about, this idea, yes, it's a sense of subjectivity, but it's also a sense of the future, of beginning to, and maybe there's more nuance to it I'm not capturing at the moment, or, I'd like for us to build on, but I think it was part of the same reason why, and only now, unfortunately, am I just kind of understanding why I was so drawn to Du Bois in Lifetime, writing about the collapse of Europe and the world in Africa. I think what I really should have led with was just the sense that he was trying to be a witness as well, but in a very different way, of course, almost trying to write a certain kind of maybe biography of Western civilization, but that's all the thoughts I have on this for now.
I had a question for the panelists. In our reading group on Monday, the Baldwin, or the Du Bois Baldwin reading group, this question came up of what is the role of love? What is the role of love in our thinking? And in the earlier panel, I believe it was Nandita said that love is a precondition to knowledge, and it also seems that love is also a precondition for nonviolence. Truth, force. Love is a precondition for black music. Love is a precondition for something else that I forgot. But it seems that love is a precondition in Baldwin's thinking. Yes. So I wanted to ask, so I've gathered that much. I wanted to ask the panel. What's the role of love in the Du Bois Baldwin synthesis? And is it a precondition? Why or why not?
Can I just say something about that? I think this concept of love in Baldwin is very, very important. And I think I would first, it's many ways, many things in his thinking and writing, but I think at the very origin, love is a level of consciousness of humanity. It is a reciprocation with humanity. It is a tearing down of boundaries between human beings. And that is when we talk about the civilizational Baldwin's attack upon a dying civilization. He associates the death of civilization, in this case white or Western civilization, with a emptiness when it comes to love, and hence a retreat into rationality as a disguise for the fact that you cannot love, and in fact that you might have utter contempt for the human. So I think that's a very basic thing. And just one other small thing. Baldwin is not a theorist of romantic love. He is a theorist of love as a level of consciousness and as an antidote or as a way out of a civilizational and systemic crisis.
Something we've also talked about is Baldwin's I think this is the last essay he ever wrote, called To Crush a Serpent. And I think the last sentence maybe of that essay, he talks about how, okay, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he says, love is the key to our maturity and complexity is our only safety.
That's right, he said
right?
just like that.
But, I mean, I'm answering a few of the different comments, but I think especially Jeremiah's, because what I interpreted what Jeremiah had said is, how or why is it that Baldwin is able to directly capture an autobiographical element of the American people and especially young Americans at this moment? And I think the answer to an extent is in the later period of his writings, where he starts to talk about whiteness in a new way. I mean, earlier he writes, let's say, Go Tell It on the Mountain, which is more Du Boisian, is maybe more of a Du Boisian work, where he's describing the sociological character of the Black church. But his last novel is Just Above My Head, which is dealing entirely with a new type of American social relationship, a new American civilization. But I think in his last decade, he talks about whiteness in a new way, where I think he increasingly makes formulations like, okay, you can't prove to me that anyone's ever been white in this nation. Or in one of his interviews, and right around when Just Above My Head was published in 1979, he says, I think the concept of race has reached its expiration date. And, I think we're going to need to talk about the human in a new way in this country. Race has had its time, but that time has gone. And I think that's what we're dealing with now, which is, again, also what I've gotten a lot from our symposium this weekend, which is the end, how do I say it? Like the white myth has come, it has ruled, and it has gone, and it has passed. And what we're realizing in the rubble now is what Baldwin already prophesied, which is this nation has never been a white nation. And no one in this country has really been white. There's something Black in all of us, which is why I'm also saying, this modern human being is a Black human being, because when we're talking about an exhausted, a dying Western civilization, what makes America so special is that still the vitality is in America. And I think instinctively and intuitively, a lot of us have also felt this, is that even among the rubble and the despair and the poverty and the violence of our country, in a city like Philadelphia, you can locate a certain striving, a certain struggle that is also essentially American and owes its debt to the Black freedom struggle. There's something special about America, the American revolutionary process. But I think the thing I also wanted to bring up from what Robert and Ransom were saying about jazz is, it made me think about the jazz versus the blues, and how, first of all, of course the blues is the basis of any genuine form of jazz, but also jazz as maybe the only modern music, or maybe the only music that can articulate that period from 1963 to 2024, and how it's in its most pure form, it's maybe the most democratic music. But the last thing about jazz that I think is interesting is I think even for the West to speak to itself and to actually synthesize between Western nations, I think I've only seen it done through jazz at this point. And I think that's interesting because it's a different way to say that even a country like, even these exhausted European nations can only come back to America and the Black proletariat in America to find some source of vitality for their own renewal. And I think that's also why they look to jazz so much as a music.
I wanted to add something when, I was thinking of what Samir was saying, and then, Doc, what you were saying about the, love as a state of consciousness. I think it was very clarifying because, when we talk about love as a precondition or as a love or philosophy without love or an epistemology without love.
Yeah.
Or an epistemology with love sounds very strange to our ears, but I think the way we talk about, or we're trying to talk about love with Baldwin, is what what makes you, or love as a creative force or a search for the new. And I think a way of thinking or a way of a formulation of knowledge or philosophy without love. I think there's a very simple word for it. It's called reaction. When you respond, when you are only responding to, for instance, I think this comes a lot through, the same essay that Michelle was saying a little before the end, where he talks about, Baldwin talks about the idea of salvation, but, he grew up in the church, but he also talks about salvation as, your relationship to whatever you wish to name that's greater than you can be a revolutionary purpose. And the way he talks about salvation is, he says this thing that salvation repudiates condemnation. And this is and that's what that's Baldwin goes on from this thread to finally declare what Michelle was saying, that love is the only key. Love is the wheel within the wheel. And complexity as the only safety. But without love, the way forward in thought or your relationship with how you see salvation is literally how the Christian church has played its role in colonizing the world and its role in Black America. So I think when we talk about love, in this sense, I don't think it's as strange as it's made out to be. For our, it sounds strange to our ears because of an aberration that comes about in a very recent history of mankind. And I think it's to be able to respond as in a formulaic way, or to search for formulas of way to be, to search for. Baldwin talks about attitudes of being, how once you when you don't have a relationship or an authentic relationship to what you're talking about, your response is a search for formulas and a search for attitudes to be, to perform. And love is the way forward to get out of that. And go ahead.
Let me just add a question on this, because the word precondition was used. Would you see love as an a priori, as something that really in some ways transcends space and time, that's Baldwin's language, and allows us to talk about the new kind of human being?
Right.
Why would you use the word a priori?
I'm trying to clarify this idea of the precondition.
Yeah, I understand, but
Yeah.
why would you use the category a priori? I'm just saying, I'm not trying to be...
No, not at all. No, because if we're talking about love and knowledge, what are the conditions of knowledge? And so I'm trying to clarify the role of love in epistemology and knowledge, which is why I'm using that word.
I can dig what you do, if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think... maybe neither the concepts meet what we're trying to say, a precondition, or I would go more with precondition right now because of the weight that the concept a priori brings from Immanuel Kant and his categorical thinking, the categorical conditions of knowledge, of reason. Now, precondition is more of a shortcut in the absence of a more complicated understanding of love in relationship to knowledge, to philosophy, to being itself. Now, so that's what I would say. Maybe, I mean, for the time, I would just, I would say just for the time being, let us use, I think we would be safer using the easier concept, precondition, while acknowledging that it is not what we're really trying to say. I like, maybe we could say it is an indispensable part of the human.
Right.
Which would be art, which, you know.
Right.
I'm sorry.
Can I add on to the love thing? Well, so, because I was going to dig in deeper into Samir's question about love, which is, well, first of all, before I get to love, well, it's related, but I actually agree with what I think Serafina mentioned. I think it's really important to also see Baldwin as the theorist and philosopher he is because he is a direct product of King and the civil rights movement.
Right.
I think that's really important to acknowledge. And like, I also think Baldwin saw his purpose. Because the whole point of No Name in the Street is he makes this point. He says, basically for him a big rupture point is the assassination of King, where he asks himself, did we love enough, basically? Did we love King enough? And so I just wanted to make that point.
Can I just ask a question about that point? I hate to be.
No, go for it.
You used the word that Baldwin is a what?
Theorist.
Theorist of King, or of King.
I just said he's a theorist, and he is the theorist and philosopher that he is because he is like, I said product, that's not a good word, because he is a reflection of her.
Reflection. Why don't we use the term he used, a witness? I just wanted to ask that, if that makes sense.
That's witness is a good word. I mean, whether we say witness or not, I just think it's important to know that Baldwin and King, I think, go hand in hand.
I would agree with that, but he goes hand in hand as what? He could go hand in hand, you know what I'm saying? He is hand in hand as a witness, and in the Christian sense of witness. It is a weighty concept in Christian eschatology, Christian theology, in Christianity. I see Reverend Ike Miller in the house, and he might be able to be helpful at some point.
Okay, Baldwin is a witness for King.
Okay, all right, a witness of. Why? Go. I'm sorry. Let me shut up. I'm sorry.
Okay, a witness of and a witness for. I think it's both. I think he's a witness for King. I think that's. But I also think that's why Baldwin, he doesn't just talk about love. He talks about to be a lover. Wedding. He's talking about white and black. He's saying that. He's talking about how Americans you must be a lover. He talks a lot about wedding. But I also think that's a reflection of him. I think it's also a reflection of the civil rights movement and nonviolence. What the civil rights movement did as a revolutionary process was it gave the American people nonviolence and love as an indispensable both idea, but also tool that they can always tap into. And in some ways, that's King. Even after his assassination, I think that's what he gave the American people, which is why Coretta Scott King says, may we make ourselves worthy of his sacrifice. But I also say that because in some ways what I see, in addition to love, I think something I see that Baldwin does, and I think people touched on it, is Baldwin, for example, he goes, it's what you said, Doc, which is colonialism today, or you could say the ruling elite today, depend on the psychology. It's not just economic control, it's the psychological, ideological control of human beings. And I think that's why Baldwin goes deep into what he would consider, he talks a lot about identity. And he contrasts that, and that's also why he says individuals' pursuit of their identity, which is also in parallel and hand in hand with America's search for its identity, is also a process of maturity. And he even says, he's like, King would call this community, building a beloved community or seeking a community. And that's something that, and I think that level of Baldwin talking about identity is very different than Baldwin talking about a people. Okay, but going to my real question, which, I'm sorry. Going to my real question, I want to actually follow up on Jeremiah's question of fiction. Because whether we talk about blues, jazz, or rhythm and blues, I actually think fiction is also a really, Du Bois's fiction and Baldwin's fiction are fantastic expressions of their philosophy.
Yes.
Perhaps more than their essays, nonfiction. I mean, they're nonfiction fiction, but I actually think that I'm really obsessed with Baldwin's fiction, for example.
Yes.
And that's what Michelle was talking about. Go Tell an Announcer in the beginning, I think 1950s, versus Just Above My Head, which is 1980s, I think, or late 1970s. Du Bois's fiction consists of The Dark Princess, also about love, a different kind of love. Like, it's interesting, right? Love is present in both of their fiction. I think Black Flame Trilogy, I haven't started yet, so Serafina has already beat me into it. But yeah, I think Du Bois's fiction, like the main ones I know of are Dark Princess and the Black Flame Trilogy. But all of Baldwin's fiction centers on love, and not just romantic, or a lot of it which centers on
I'm
love.
sorry. Go. No, I'm sorry.
And it's not. It's sure some of it's romantic love, but really it's about the struggle to love in a society that's oppressive. There's also a lot of interracial love. There's also a lot of man-man love. But it's not really just about men. It's about it has to do with the role of the black man in American society. So I just wanted to I wanted to ask you basically about their fiction and maybe especially focus on Baldwin's fiction, if that also helps us get at his role for the American people today.
I think this is very important. By the way, The Dark Princess is subtitled A Romance. You know, he didn't. I mean, it's not a love story. It's a romance, and it's a romance between civilizations. But their novels are very, very different in the sense that Du Bois is, as I think Kathie said, someone said here, that the Black Flame Trilogy is Black Reconstruction in novelistic or fictional format. His first novel is 1909, The Quest of the Silver Fleece, which is also about Reconstruction. And then, of course, Dark Princess, which is the unity of civilizations, where he first uses the concept that we have used in free school, the unity of Pan-Africa and Pan-Asia. The other thing, just quickly, is that Du Bois had read, I don't think Du Bois had so much read Dostoevsky as Les Miserables, Victor Hugo, and these great historical epochs, whereas Baldwin reads, and just because they read didn't mean that they were writing like that,
Right.
but Baldwin reads and in a certain sense approaches the problem of the human in similar ways to the way Dostoevsky does. It is Baldwin, this is what Michelle said, explores in depth the interior life. And I think, therefore, if there is a synthesis, each of them brought something specific to the table in terms of philosophy, methodology, concerns, and I would say also the period that they're concerned with.
Right, right.
Du Bois is ultimately concerned with the period after the defeat of Reconstruction. And how does the black person or the black community reconstruct itself? And Baldwin is concerned, it is really the period of the Cold War, American striving for hegemony, and the anti-colonial struggles in Asia and Africa.
What I wanted to respond to is that, like, similar to Taiwan needing Baldwin, I know young people in America need Baldwin too. And I only bring that up because I feel like a question is on what aspect what civilizational aspect or what leaning, whatever, of Baldwin will we take moving forward as we face this crisis now in America? And that's number one. Number two, I wanted to bring up that the question about love has to also do with the question of the blues, meaning that there is also something that occurred, like this is me trying to just be philosophical for a second, because I feel like we're working out a lot about, synthesis for what?
Yes.
Right? But then I wanted to just narrow it in on that thing about the blues, because I think alongside this question of the modern man, this question of the civilizational human or whatever, there's also like the characteristics of conscious that we have or don't have, meaning even when you had mentioned, Doc, about like the triad or twos, the double consciousness, the characteristics of sadness not being just in the white sense of like, I'm sad, so thus. But, or like, I'm happy, so it's X, It's more about how like, okay, I'm also saying this because I have a lot of feelings about free school and how, anyway, that only has to say something about the maturity aspect. Moving with or learning from Baldwin and Du Bois or whatever. So, but what I wanted to say about that blues thing is just how the human being is complex and is a complexity. What was the other thing I wanted to respond to? Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
You want to say something?
Yeah. I'll just say briefly that, well, also connected to what you had said, Emily, I think what makes Du Bois and Baldwin's novel so compelling is you get a glimpse of the new human being. Like, I think that their novels are prophetic in that way. Like they are sketches of what America could become, or a futuristic vision of America. And I feel like part of what we're trying to do is to back that out and say, well, what does the path into that new America look like? Or what type of knowledge takes us toward that new America? Because I also wanted to return to Emily and Raju and this question about love and whether or not it's a precondition for knowledge. And I wanted to assert that I think it is, and I think it's because of, well, it's also a question of, can you know the human being without love? And I think the answer is no. And I get this from Baldwin's epistemology, where he says, you can only see yourself insofar as, like, you can see the Gazan, or like you can see the black worker in America. Like, I think there's something particular about how love is an involved process. I mean, the way that he also talks about how intellectual activity is a disinterested process that goes both ways. The truth cuts both ways, and I think love or an interaction with the human being is the same. And I think this has consequences for this new knowledge that we're discovering that I can't quite define yet, but I can imagine, and I actually want to go back to the Harlem Renaissance here and what you had presented today, Emily, because I liked how you talked about Du Bois as laying the groundwork for something like a Harlem Renaissance, because, and I think this is connected to what you're saying to Serafina about preschool, but I feel that we're on the cusp or laying the groundwork of a new type of Renaissance, and sometimes we have glimmers of what that Renaissance will look like. And it's by imagining that Renaissance that I return to this question of what is this new knowledge? Like, what is the composition of this new knowledge? And what I know is that the human being is at the basis of it, or that it's a uniquely and it's a new human knowledge. It involves the human being, and hence it must involve love.
Yeah, but can I just ask, forgive me for but what is love?
Right.
See, I think as an operative, operationalizing the concept, it is a form of consciousness. It is a high level of consciousness. It embraces empathy, the recognition that we are all wrapped in a single garment of destiny. Why would King, is not Baldwin using love in the same way that King is when King uses the beloved community, the community of love. But that's society. It's not just a hippie commune in Northern California. I'm not putting down Northern Californians. But I think we have to know what we're talking about if we're going to talk about it in relationship to knowledge, to society, and what Baldwin means when a society attacks love or denies love. What happens? It leads to pathology.
Yes.
It leads to illness. Well, look at individuals. Well, look at the landscape of a city like Philadelphia. What is the Achilles heel of Philadelphia? A loveless city. And then we could talk about why that is the case, but I just want to, and thus it leads to alienation and psychological illness or psychological problems or breakdown. The breakdown of the human being. It is almost as though the human being who is in a state of unraveling is calling out to be loved.
Right. Yeah.
No, I think it's important what you're bringing in because, the fierce urgency of it. The political consequences of it have to be taken into account. Of its absence.
Yes. And of course, in Giovanni's room is a study of love or its failure.
Right.
Maybe we can take a few more and then we go around.
Yeah, I'm continuing to explore this, I guess, precondition of love for higher stages of human development on the individual basis and the societal basis. When trying to make sense of Du Bois, I actually draw a lot from the Nation of Islam even, when they preach a knowledge of self, which is a love of self. And when you know about yourself and love yourself, to the state, even to the degree that they say, the black man is just God, in person. And when you know that about yourself, then you can see it in other people, and you have the capacity to not just elevate yourself, but do the same for your brother and sister. And I view Du Bois's knowledge, the knowledge that he was generating for the black people, as in that line of thought. I think that is what we're all indebted to, including Baldwin. And I'm struggling, I guess, or continuing to make sense of this with Baldwin and this higher level of consciousness, especially relating to the idea of being a witness. You know, I think he also proceeds from love. For example, in his first novel, 1952, Go Tell on the Mountain, he is able to proceed from a love that allows him to see his father, who he has grown up his whole life with all this hurt and anguish and even hate, and is able to overcome that, see him who he is, which is the product of a society that sought to destroy the black man and further put him into slavery, even though the chains were gone. And proceeding from that, I'm trying to get a sense of that next stage of development of love, because as a witness, the Montgomery bus boycott was in 1955, whereas the Go Tell on the Mountain was in 1952. So he had already proceeded from a certain kind of love that I think predisposed him to what King and the Civil Rights Movement was moving towards, and somehow, as a witness to that, that further developed his capacity to love, to go even deeper internal into the life of the black man and even the white man. And so I'm trying to get a sense of, like, I guess what are stages of development of love as a level of consciousness, that where we're at right now, what we need. And yeah, man, I'm laying down heaven.
Working on.
Or even the stages of love in a time of counter-revolution. Meaning, like, when I think, if I feel as though also what I'm saying is that I grew up or being told not to know Baldwin, not to know King, not to know Du Bois. What happens also to consciousness, to relationships, to my ability to even create. I think the purpose and point of studying the Harlem Renaissance, like Emily was pointing out, was talking about the civilizational responsibility that I have. That I, like, literally, if it's about the nature, how things are done, then it's also about how we consider Baldwin, Du Bois, and King as aspects in trying to figure out, philosophically frame how anything is done at all. But without that also is what you're talking to Doc, like, that's what I mean. And by the fact that, by the question, why Du Bois and why Baldwin now? What qualities do the black proletariat essence have also for America? And I think at that fore, can we carry towards the future something significantly different than we have now?
Yes, I just wanted to say a bit about, I mean, I was struck by a thread that came out of this panel. I think it was started by Sambarta, but I think several of you talked about it. The historical context of the Du Bois-Baldwin synthesis, you know, from 1903 to 1963, or even until the end of Baldwin's life in the late 1980s. And obviously, the lives of these two great thinkers covers the sweep of the 20th century and this whole revolutionary period. And we established yesterday that for us, we're not interested in history for history's sake. We're interested in history for its relevance for the struggle today in 2024. So I wanted to ask how this historical context of the Du Bois-Baldwin synthesis relates to the arguments which were made yesterday about the need for a new chronology, and how the two fit into that, and what relevance does it have for the struggle today? I mean, as Doc has already said, the conditions that people are facing in a place like Philadelphia, the loveless city, and there are many things which I won't talk about, but everybody knows the events that are happening right now in terms of student protests, the DNC. It's interesting that before the conference today, I was listening to Tucker Carlson and Donald Trump Jr. talk about Donald Trump's conviction. And I was struck by both of them were talking about how it's only been in the past 4 years that they've become disillusioned with all institutions of American life, you know, the state, the media, the judiciary, etc. Whereas obviously when you look at the Du Bois Baldwin instances, you have 100+ years of people pointing out why those institutions are, not institutions of justice, and that we must transcend them. And so obviously these figures like the Trumps and Tuckers of the world are not very conscious of their historical context they're coming out of, clearly. But the tragedy is that much of America is not conscious. But the promising thing is that we are at a point where there is the possibility of this consciousness growing, and so that's just what I would like to put to you.
You want Crystal? Yeah, take it.
So I wanted to bring up identity politics in Judith Butler because I felt like it was important and something that wasn't covered in the previous panel. And I think what I'm reflecting upon is the fact that actually 2 years ago, my very first free school event was here, and the ideas that I was introduced to was the idea of the new American people and of the Afro-Asiatic constitution of the world. And now it's I've moved to Philadelphia, and like on the walk here, I encountered like a pride parade and attended a film screening at Clark Park for just for the community. And it was a documentary about queer camp, and I bring all this up because I'm thinking about the fact that if you read Du Bois and you read Baldwin, there's no room for identity politics whatsoever. And it is because, the line of thinking of postmodernism is to think categorically, and this anti-humanness that, whether it's a perversion or a logical conclusion of postmodern thinking, how it does also lead to the idea that the core issue of humanity today is something about us not of love, and what love actually is about sexuality.
Yes.
And I think it's important to distinguish that the ruling elite would rather have us think of love as to be about sexuality and pleasure than it is actually about this consciousnness that you were speaking about, Doc. And what love actually, what the ramifications of love as a consciousness that connects you to other human beings is that this is also a force that connects you to history and to time, and becomes something that makes you responsible to history and to time. And I think what struck me the most about watching some of these films and observing some people is that the elephant in the room in watching a documentary about gay camp is that there's the question, it's really a question about whiteness. It's really an existential question about these 13-year-olds feeling like they didn't have a place in society, they weren't seen, not understanding their role in society. And also, I think everything that we talked about today about the lovelessness of this society. And so, I bring all this up to try to pose it or bring it back to you, or to ask how does the Du Boisian Baldwinian synthesis relate to identity politics, or how does it serve as an antidote to that? And to also talk maybe a little bit about how Baldwin sees love, sexuality, and romance, the relationship between men and women, and gender and all that as a category.
So I guess this can be we can just have your final comments, and really what I think Jahan and Crystal are bringing up is really the Du Bois Baldwin synthesis in this time of crisis. And so we could go around and just have,
No.
Very quickly, actually, this concept of love actually made me think of something that Michelle was saying, which is the antidote, and she said it's the blues. And I just wanted to pose in front of the panelists, what about the non-violent ideology? I wanted that to be put under discussion as well as we talk about it.
Yes. can go around.
Well, I wanted to respond to a part of Crystal's question, I think. And, I was thinking about it was something that Michelle mentioned when, when you were talking about the relationship between jazz and democracy. And, like these are two things, we look to Du Bois really, like democracy as one of his subjects. He really expands the idea or defines it for our time in many ways. And I talk about jazz because of how Baldwin talks about it. But I think, in this question of how jazz relates to democracy, I think a big part of what Crystal was asking can be found because of how both concepts, there are two versions of both of these ideas. And, one of these versions is what, we'd probably say the white version of jazz is. And this is what makes, even in terms of language, even, like how Baldwin rejects the word improvisation. He says that, improvisation is really a consequence of Europe's inability to see jazz for what it is. And, what he's saying is that, the reason it's similar, so, it's also similar to the idea of, liberal democracy and, what comes out of postmodernism, that you have, the idea of, many ways and many truths, many ways of being. So, jazz can, you can do anything you want, you can improvise, sure, given a set of rules, but you can really do anything you want and, bring forth, it's really something subjective. On the other hand, what Baldwin is saying with blues is that it has a very specific purpose. The purpose is to be able to, how he talks about in one of his essays, which he titles, as the uses of the blues, but he says that he could as well have titled it as the use of anguish or the use of pain. And he sees blues as, there is a truth. So it's not a subjective search for all kinds of, all like infinite ways of being, but rather that there is a truth which can make us free. And, blues or the sorrow songs as coming out of a tradition which is first and foremost, it's a search for humanity which was denied. This is what I think Jeremiah was mentioning in his panel, the fact that the category, let's say, that Baldwin starts from is the auction block. That is, that's the beginning point, and the blues as, the blues being created on the auction block and the possibility of a new human being who is created on the auction block, like the search for a humanity which was denied, because as he talks about the auction block as the most obscene adventure of mankind. And I say this to say that this, like how Baldwin talks about the blues, is a very specific use of it. And I think this relates to the idea of democracy, which is what I think you were initially saying, Doc, like how democracy is seen. And I think like a way to think of this question is what is seen as the enemy of democracy. And Du Bois would say it's poverty, it's not authoritarianism. And that's the connection that I wanted to bring back, because the question of identity politics, I agree, like there is no room for this in Baldwin or Du Bois, but it's because they see their role as responsible to history and to the future, and therefore the task is clear at hand.
I feel like you and I probably thought about a lot of similar things actually, because I also wanted to respond to that part of Crystal's question too about love and how it factors into Du Bois and Baldwin, but also all of the propaganda out there essentially about, from the ruling elite about what love is supposed to be. And also in relation to this idea that I think similarly to democracy and jazz is, closely related, freedom. And again, there's two versions of freedom, of course. There's the version of freedom the freedom that I think is particularly espoused by postmodernism, freedom from accountability, from responsibility, freedom to, as you were saying, do whatever you want, but in your own enclosed, safe bubble, versus what Baldwin talks about. And the idea that freedom bounds you bound you and makes you tethered, yoked to this idea of responsibility.
Yeah.
I mean, I think before we started this conversation, Raju and I were talking about the essay, Nothing Personal, in which Baldwin has a really interesting passage about if you are from Chicago, but your lover is in Hong Kong, then Hong Kong ceases to be a name, and you, it's in a way, I think it's more than just like, oh, a long distance relationship. No, it's about, it's about how love transcends time and space, as we were talking about. And if love can a revolutionary sense of love can transcend time and space, then how can it also engender or produce a new sense of human beings? But really quickly, I feel like the quote that came to mind really actually came from Take Me to the Water. I think a lot of people who've read this, it stays with them, the idea that Baldwin moved to Paris and discovered love for the first time. And he says, in any case, the world changes when you fall in love, and it changes forever. Because you love one human being, you see everyone else very differently than you saw them before. And perhaps I only mean that to say that you begin to see, and that you are both stronger and more vulnerable, both free and bound. Free, paradoxically, because now you have a home, your lover's arms, but also bound to that mystery, precisely, of bondage, which liberates you into something of the glory and the suffering of the world. Something about in the love of this, maybe to one single individual, you discover a love of humanity because you recognize that mutuality, you recognize that in yourself and another, and you therefore can't help but love every single human being. I mean, in some ways, it reminds me a little bit also of the 3 dimensions of a complete life, something about the individual and then and others in society, but also to something much higher, God, but also truth and knowledge and history. And so, I mean, all of that, I think, also plays into this conversation as well. I'll pass it down.
No, that's kind of what I like how you put that. Meaning why is it important for the Du Bois Baldwin synthesis in this time of crisis also has to do with the consciousness ready to take up this crisis, to be able to face something, about building a new democracy, about thinking about what role any of it takes, whether that be knowledge, your relationship to what it is that you think that you do and need to do in any department of the university, or in what nature really is, how you see the future. Because I think that's what I'm most concerned about. That the nature of that consciousness, whether that be as defined or as we are trying to define and understand better with Du Bois, Baldwin synthesis, or the essence of the Black proletariat, or the civilizational human, I think what we're concerned about is how that quality is new. And because it is new, then the qualities it takes up represent a certain type of future, whether that be the beloved community. Like what is that essential quality of love that we take forward? What is that essential quality of music that we take forward? The essential qualities that we need in history to take forward, to forward civilization. And I think that it becomes a question of how to manage beyond whiteness that we rely on day to day. And I don't think that we've asked that question thoroughly before. We did, in fact, like the year of Baldwin, or I think we are dealing with a new set of questions. To engage the revolutionary potential, to capture that revolutionary essence that we need for the future.
Nathan wanted to say something.
I was wondering if it was possible I could say something.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, this is
part in response to Jahan, but also about the question of like time between Baldwin, or Du Bois to Baldwin and Baldwin to us. So I feel like between Du Bois and Baldwin, and I think we have Du Bois to thank for this, is that Du Bois places like the chronology of like the modern world, or the creation of like the modern human being at the auction block. And because of that, and because Baldwin accepts that, in that whole process, how you say, that kind of sets, I would say, because that's the way, I would say it's a true chronology, but because of that, that kind of sets like the foundation for like the beginning and the end of that contradiction, I guess. Because what that points to is the human being, I guess. And the reason why I feel like King becomes so important for Baldwin, or why Baldwin is produced by witnessing, you know, Reconstruction and the Black proletariat, and the struggle of people in the United States. I feel like that, I'm not sure how to go, what exactly to that, but I feel like Baldwin is able to take it farther than when he goes to, like, kind of what Michelle was saying, how, like, yeah, he says, I don't really believe there is a white man and a black man. But to get there, you do have to see the black man first. So I think, I just think that's kind of like something like I feel like looking more into, I don't know what I listed, I was in the bathroom, I'm sorry. But just I really do feel like there is something really important in dealing with that contradiction that King was trying to do when he's talking about the new era that we live in, and how kind of knowledge of, yes, like the strivings of like New China, of, you know, all of that business, to, yeah, basically to deal with that contradiction of the human being, of who or what is a human being. And I guess that's it.
I think that Crystal has put the 800-pound elephant in the canoe in the discussion. And that kind of divides a part of the House against itself when it comes to Baldwin. How much is he useful to the contemporary LGBTQ movement? Is he gay enough or explicitly gay enough? And this relates to the performance of sexuality as against what I would call the essence of sexuality. And everything that is spectacle is not celebration, nor is it liberatory or emancipatory. And I think your addressing identity politics is very important. Baldwin talks about identity, but he is not an identity politician. He is not executing that. And the thing I'd like to say, because you raised Judith Butler, who is pretty much now the most prominent theorist of gender. And as a modern theorist, a contemporary theorist of gender, her principal focus is upon transgender. So, you know, going backward, if the question of gender arises out of the question of the emancipation of women, we might argue that in the current moment, gender has been flipped on its head. And that, for instance, people like Butler are insisting that to understand gender, you must understand transgender. To be committed to gender liberation, you must begin with transgender liberation. And in this sense, the whole discourse is about victimization. Transgender being the most victimized in the gender architecture is therefore the angle through which gender can best be understood. Having said that, I'll say out the gate, without going into a lot of detail, I disagree completely with her, because it is not freedom to, it's freedom from. It is not freedom of and transcending prejudice against. It is the freedom, with quotes, of an elite from in order to be, quote, themselves. Am I making sense? So we're not talking, for instance, I am not convinced that a gay pride parade is fighting for gay liberation, to use that language. I would argue, given the theoretical a priori of the whole discourse, that we're talking about the freedom of an elite. And this is where this whole question, and I have to, I see Colin's discussion of AI and string theory. And I think it was he who said, no, it was Nandita, who said that the whole project of string theory is an elitist project, a super elitist project that may be in the world. Did you say 25? Were you exaggerating or?
No. But yeah. 25 is about right?
Depends who all you count, but
yeah, whoever you count, yeah. And according to Colin, there are people coming in and out. So more people are leaving.
More out than in.
Yeah, and more out, yeah, because it's a brick wall. And then, of course, you take string theory and AI and modern gender theory, i.e. through Butler, we see something very similar. The basic similarity, the fundamental similarity, is that it is hyper-elite. And there is very clearly an American elite connected to the American ruling class who wish to separate themselves from society in general. And so gender theory is not about women, it's about some women. Transgender theory is not about women, or modern gender theory is about some women, some gay people, some transgender people. And until the grounding of the discourse is corrected, that path leads away from society for which they have utter contempt for. And this is it. And hence, it is the opposite of Baldwin's love. Love brings the lover not only closer to who he loves, but to humanity as such, if they properly understand what they are about in saying, we are lovers, or I love you. You know, and of course, I think the great, and I'll end it, I think indeed Baldwin is the antidote. And I think there's a convincing argument, and I heard this argument from Emily, where she says that Baldwin is the theorist of this crisis at this time. Mm-hmm. You know, I think an argument can be made in that direction. But why is that so? It is because of the stage of the undoing and the breakdown of modern society, which Du Bois did not experience. And as Baldwin sees it, it is connected to the undoing of the interior life of the human being. And hence, when it comes to any theory, it cannot be rooted in the hyper-individualism of liberal bourgeois theory. It starts there. You don't talk about, in modern political theory, love, because love doesn't have anything to do with it. Interest defines it, and most often defined as self-interest. If I understand my, quote, best self-interest, I will behave in certain ways. But love, and so that is considered rational. But love is therefore considered beyond the bounds of rationality, hence irrational. Martin Luther King insisted in 3 dimensions of a complete life that the highest level of being, the highest level of consciousness, the most complete human being understands that, quote, his self-interest is in abandoning the individual for humanity.
I want to thank all of the participants of this roundtable discussion. I think we got a lot done, so thank you for all of your contributions. Now, I'm just going to turn it over to Purba for ending remarks.
I'll keep the ending remarks short because I know we've got.
Tell people if they want some of the flowers that can come up.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Thank you everybody for being here and for coming for 2 days of the symposium. I think we have put new questions on the table that have not been asked before. And this is the beginning of us trying to find answers to these questions. Going into this new regions of thought, the future of knowledge and science, but also the future of human civilization. And at the Free School, we keep working on these questions. So yeah, thank you once again. And anybody who is interested can come take some of these beautiful flowers home. And also, if you have not grabbed one of the booklets that we prepared for the symposium,